All right, anytime you're ready, Ralph.
Okay. Well, good morning to all of you who are joining us. We have almost 100 attendees, which we're very excited about. This is the course entitled Animal Law in the Age of the COVID-19 Pandemic, Issues and Solutions, presented by the Florida Bar Animal Law Section. My name is Ralph DeMeo. I'm an attorney with the national law firm based in Tallahassee, Baker Donelson. I'm a past chair of the Animal Law Section and of the Environmental and Land Use Law Section. My co-moderator is Gregg Morton, whom I'm going to introduce in a minute. I've got a couple of opening housekeeping matters for you, then we'll jump right into the program. As I said, this is presented on behalf of the Animal Law Section, and the credit for this course is 5.5 general credits. After viewing the webcast, you'll need to self-report your credits by going to the Florida Bar's website, which is www.flabar.org, and logging in to your member profile and enter the course number, which is 4381. We will hold Q&A at the end of the seminar. And so without any further delay, I'm very excited to introduce our first topic and our first speaker. The topic is the Introduction to Animal Law in the Age of the COVID-19 Pandemic, Issues and Solutions. Gregg Riley Morton is past chair of both the Animal Law Section and the Animal Law Committee of the Bar. He's been involved with a number of animal law cases and has lectured, written, and worked on animal law at the state and national level. He was a longtime hearing officer for the Florida Public Employees Relations Commission and recently became general counsel. He previously was a staff attorney for Chief Justice Harry Lee Anstead of the Florida Supreme Court and was chief counsel for the Division of Finance at the Office of Financial Regulation. He's been involved in a number of administrative proceedings and author and co-author of articles and chapters. Was the chair of the Bar's Council of Sections and a member of the Executive Council of the Labor and Employment Law Section, also a member of several other sections. He received his BA and MA from Ohio University and graduated with honors from the University of Florida. So without further delay, Gregg.
All right, thank you very much. And I think I am going to try stopping my video just so that you see my whole screen. And then I think, Ralph, if you stop yours, it'll just be the PowerPoint, hopefully, but let's give it a try. All right, hopefully you can see that. Ralph, does that look good to you?
Looks good.
All right. And this is a speech that I've given before. I've been an attorney for about 20 years now. I've probably given a presentation similar to this half a dozen times in that time. It's always amazing to me what's changed between the last time I've given it and the new time. So since the theme of the conference is animal law in the age of COVID and pandemics, tailored it a little bit towards that, because certainly over the past year there's been a number of things that have happened in the world of animal law. But the gist of it is going to be that talking about just what is animal law, what it involves, some of the novel issues that have come up in the past several years, things that the animal law section has focused on, and then some different resources that are available for you. And I know that I've got until 9:45. If I get close to the end, I'll breeze through those slides. But one of the things that we will do for folks is, if you want copies of any of these materials, we can collate them and provide them to you at the end. And some of the slides in here have hyperlinks and things like that for you to go through. One of the main things that's happened in the past year that I'm sure is a surprise to no one is that a lot of the live events that we normally count on having for the bar have become virtual. So this is actually the second time we've had to do our annual seminar for animal law virtually. We did a similar one last year. The silver lining in that is that we're able to do that and reach more people. And also we're providing it for free to our members and other invitees. If you're not a member now, hopefully by the end of the conference today, you'll want to join the section. So one of the things that I was frequently asked when I was starting out is, what is animal law? And there are complex definitions. There are all sorts of different ideas on what that means to people. When I first started practicing and I'd mentioned animal law, you would get a blank look and hear things, well, is that dog bites or what does that mean? I think that where we are now in society, a lot more people have heard about animal law and are thinking about the different ways in which law intersects with different animal issues. We'll get into that a little bit, but I wanted to start with the definition that I usually use. And it's a simple one that Jim Gisaldi from up in New York came up with. He's a nationally known animal law attorney that we've had speak at a number of our seminars in the past, but he defines it as animal law consists of legal matters involving non-human animals. So that's a very broad definition. It's simple, but it covers just about anything you can think of. Essentially, it covers any time that the animals we own, use, protect, or consume intersect with the law. So another way that we frequently divide it in the animal law world and the animal law section is types of animals. And I think that most people, when they think of animal law, if they aren't a legal practitioner or a lawyer or have been exposed to different things, think about our companion animals first: dogs, cats, pets. Certainly those are the areas where we have the most protection for animals under the law. Animals are still considered property, but animal cruelty laws, custody, pet trusts, the companion animals that we deal with have a lot more protections under the law than some of the animals that we'll talk about. And it's also one of the most active areas of law that not only our section deals with, but that we see legislation and things like that. So over the past few years, we'll talk a little bit about this later, but we've seen a number of local governments pass animal abuse registries, which requires people who are convicted of animal cruelty against companion animals to register. The section was involved in passing legislation on injunctions and domestic violence situations, that extending the types of injunctions to where perpetrators have threatened abuse against companion animals as a means of control. And then this last session, actually the past two sessions in the legislature, we've been following Florida's version of Desmond's Law, which we've got an entire webinar on that, so I won't get into it too in depth, but that's the law out of Connecticut that was first of its kind, that essentially allows judges and courts in certain situations to appoint a legal guardian for animals in certain types of cases, so that the lawyer is not representing a human party, but is actually representing what's in the best interest of the animal involved in the case. And we suspect that'll come back next session, and it's something that if it passes the way that the bill is written now, the animal law section would be in charge of creating the attorney registry and law student registry to represent those animals and do the training on it. So the next category of animals that we talk about are wildlife, and some of these match with the different committees on the animal law section. Again, most people are aware of the types of wildlife that are protected. You see some of Florida's most famous animals there: the manatee, the panther, sea turtles, of course, gopher tortoises. They're protected by Endangered Species Act and other state laws. But again, they have slightly less protection, I think, than you'd say companion animals do, particularly when you start talking about animals that are less photogenic and down the chain, nuisance animals like possums and raccoons. One of the things that the section was involved in was the case where the teacher drowned a raccoon in front of his class down in the Ocala area, and dealt with some of that. And I think everyone probably saw the news reports about the attorney that had shoot a raccoon off his boat. So there's less protection there. But again, there's been a lot of action in that area over the past few years, between reptile sales ban to get rid of invasive species. The section was involved in the shark finning legislation that passed, not this past session, but the session before that. And then, of course, during COVID, no one could avoid the Tiger King. Everyone saw the Tiger King. So the Big Cat Safety Act is something that the section is actively pursuing. But again, these categories aren't perfect, because you could also say that the Tiger King and the animals that were involved in that were animals that were used for entertainment that ended up at a ill-run sanctuary. And so there's been a lot of movement on this in the past few years, between the ringling elephants retiring. Everyone remembers the Blackfish documentary from a few years ago. Most recently, the disqualification of the Kentucky Derby winner for failing drug tests. And then, of course, one of the big things that the section celebrates is the greyhound racing ban, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. But these are the animals that are used in entertainment. Again, less protection than your wildlife and your companion animals, but there are regulations that the USDA and the Animal Welfare Act have for these types of animals. And then finally, the animals used in food and research, and these are the ones that are classically entitled to the least amount of protection. We do have the USDA inspections and Animal Welfare Act that covers some of these animals, but then it doesn't cover a large percentage of the animals too. And again, this is where there's the least protections, but it's also some of the most groundbreaking and cutting edge stuff when it comes to animal law, particularly since over the past year with COVID. I mean, the pandemic itself, regardless of which theory you subscribe to, it stemmed from a zoonotic disease, and all the pandemics over the past several decades, from swine flu to avian flu, have been caused by zoonotic diseases. And I think that this most recent pandemic has kind of put a focus on that issue, and how do you protect against the transmission of disease from animals to human, particularly in situations where you've got large number of animals confined together. And we've got an article coming out in our upcoming newsletter that talks about the CAFOs, or the feedlots during the pandemic, and 450 different facilities ended up with COVID cases, which impacted 41,000 workers, shut down meat processing plants around the country. and disrupted the food chain to the point that there was no place for farmed animals to go. And you saw millions of US farm animals being culled, in some cases in pretty drastic ways, suffocation, drowning, shooting, just because there was no place for them to go. And again, not everyone's heard of those things, but certainly the pandemic put a focus on those sorts of things. And as a 25-year vegan, I've got my own biases and everything, but I tend to be very neutral when it comes to animal law and things like this. Even the National Pork Producers Council recognized that there had to be a better way to go about doing this when they announced that they would have to cull 10 million pigs. They said this is going to be a severe and financial impact to our farmers, but also an emotional impact to them as well. Moving on, this is another way to look at it, and something that we do as a section, particularly with other sections of the Florida Bar. Animal law, just about any of the traditional fields that you can think of, there's a connection to animal law. Certainly administrative law, we'll be hearing later today from someone from NOAA. And there's a number of different agencies that regulate animals in different ways, a veritable alphabet soup of regulators at both the state and federal level. Corporate law, again, factory farms, restaurants, and your nonprofit animal rescues all fit under corporate clients. Local government, that's where you're most likely to see ordinary citizens intersect with the animal law, between animal ordinances, dangerous dogs, hoarding situations. Criminal law, again, we'll talk a little bit more about that, but animal abuse, Ponce's law that we'll hear from Vice Mayor Politsky later today, from Ponce's Inlet, about some of the things that she has done. Entertainment law, environmental law. Ralph is going to give an entire presentation on that. Ethics and professionalism. This isn't an ethics presentation, but again, we've given that on a number of times, and you come up with some of the thorniest ethical issues for attorneys when you're talking about animal law and protecting animals, because animals are treated as property. Who's your client? And often your client's interest may not match with the animal's interests. And again, I won't belabor the rest of these, but again, all of these have crossovers with animal law. The other thing that strikes me when I'm giving this talk on this subject in animal law introduction is how it's grown over the 20 years that I've been a lawyer. When I first went to law school, I think there were a handful of law schools that offered animal law courses. Most recently, when I checked, it's up to 165 law schools across the country and in Canada that offer animal law courses, including all the major law schools that are at the top of the list: Harvard, Stanford. Harvard in particular has an entire curriculum, a journal, and moot court competitions. And then all the Florida schools as well have regularly offer animal law courses. In fact, Ralph may mention this, but he recently taught the first advanced animal law class at Florida State University, and they're going to bring that back as well, so that they've got multiple classes involving animal law. And then, like Florida, many other state bar organizations have animal law sections or committees. Part of the interest in animal law is being driven by the younger attorneys that are coming in that have been exposed to those classes, and so it's a larger percentage of our membership is in the young lawyers division or have graduated, and including our executive counsel for the animal law section, has a number of newly minted attorneys. And then this is dovetails into something I was going to say. So the fact that law schools have not taught animal law often, except in the past few years, we see reflected in a number of different ways. And one of the ways that we try to educate folks is presentations like this, and letting folks know about it. One of the things that we do is judicial outreach, though, because judges, not always, but sometimes are later in their career, so they wouldn't have had access to these things. And so we do different judicial trainings. But Florida is the source of a couple of animal cases that have made their way all the way to the United States Supreme Court. But you can kind of see where animals land in the discussion of those cases. I think most people know the Leukemia Babalu versus City of Hialeah case that found that animal sacrifice was a protected religious freedom. And then the case there on the right is the one that involved crush videos that Attorney General Bill McCollum at the time took up to the U.S. Supreme Court. And it was decided that time that the law on crush videos was too broad and that impacted free speech. So that's why as we move along and see animals doing different things, we'll maybe see the courts treat things a little bit differently. I want to talk a little bit now about sources of animal law, and I won't belabor all these different statutes, but you can kind of get a feel for what animal law is by looking at where in the Florida statutes animal law exists and the types of different things that covers, particularly starting with the Florida Constitution. And these are just excerpts from those two articles. Article 10, Section 21 says that the inhumane treatment of animals is a concern of Florida citizens, and that's the prefatory language to the Gestation Crate Amendment in 2002, which I think some folks disparagingly call that's the Pregnant Pig Amendment. And when that passed in 2002, you heard a lot of I mean, clearly it had enough support to pass, and so the public was interested in making sure that happened, but you heard people talking about disparagingly, is that really something that belongs in the Constitution? And I think that over time, that when you look at other states that don't have those types of bans, it's proven valuable. I mean, we don't have the same types of environmental impacts that you see in North Carolina and places with the hog lagoons and the amount of water pollution. So I think that as time goes on, people have seen the value of that. Article 10, Section 32 was that's the prefatory language from the Greyhound Racing Amendment in 2018. And you can kind of see the change in the language, although it's subtle, the prefatory language. The humane treatment of animals is a fundamental value of the people of the state of Florida. So I think that rather than being a concern, it's now a fundamental value of the people of Florida. And both those things ended up getting into the Constitution, not through any legislative actions, so to speak, but through the Gestation Crate Amendment was through Citizens Initiative, and the Greyhound Racing Amendment came in through the CRC. But it demonstrates that the people of Florida take the humane treatment of animals seriously. All right, turning to some of the state laws and where you find them. FWC and the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, they're mentioned in the Constitution, but then also they've got a chapter 379 that breaks down all the different types of laws that apply to animals, wildlife, and fish throughout Florida, and then including the licensing schemes and law enforcement and penalties, hunting provisions, and things like that. Animal industry laws, livestock, chapter 585, service animals, in section 413, veterinary practice, parimutuel wagering, restaurants, live branding, horse shows, honeybees. One of the things that the section is considered from time to time is whether or not that we should be like other states that have a uniform animal code, or a chapter in the Florida statutes that's called the animal code, where a lot of these things resign. And I think that we debated that back and forth, because some states have that, and then they try to put everything that's related to animals in that animal code. I think that given the number of different disparate types of things in Florida statutes, that's probably not a workable situation. The closest thing we have is chapter 828, which I'll get to in a moment. But here again, you see some of the other types of things: animal trusts for estate planning, damage by dogs, equine activities. There's also a fair amount of animal law that's pretty old. Like most people, when you mention strays in chapter 707, may not know what you're talking about, but that stems from the common law, which was that any domestic animals, livestock found wandering became the property of the king or the lord. They were forfeited them. So the chapter 707 was enacted years and years and years ago, with the idea that this will supplant the common law on this and detail how we deal with wandering livestock and who's entitled to those. Chapter 828 is primarily animal cruelty, but again, it's similar to our animal code, in that when things don't fit elsewhere, it sometimes gets stuck in here, particularly with the pet lemon law, which deals with the sale of pets that have diseases and being compensated for that. Rabies vaccination. Animal Enterprise Protection Act, which is to ostensibly to protect different animal enterprises from activist groups and things like that would interfere with them. Florida's animal cruelty laws, though, compared to other states, are pretty good. We usually rank somewhere in the top third of states on animal cruelty issues. There are certainly improvements that can be made, and the section is supported. One that's near and dear to me is I think would love to see us do a little bit better job on animal hoarding issues. And I've spoken at length about that before, so I won't go into great detail on that, but there is always room for improvement in our animal cruelty laws. And then turning to administrative code and local ordinances, I think this is where you see a number of practitioners practicing, and then also where average citizens will intersect with animal law, between the animal ordinances and animal control, restrictions on use and zoning. There's a few links there at the bottom that link to the Florida rules, and then local ordinances, and then the Florida Animal Control Organization that collates a bunch of information on that. If you're interested in looking up your local animal control ordinances, I'd encourage you to do that. One of the ones that I shamelessly promote as a model is the Tallahassee Animal Ordinance, which Ralph and Pets Ad Litem, a group that he founded, was involved with a few years back and kind of updated it to make it more modern. And so there's a number of things in there that could be exported to other areas of the state. Let's see how I'm doing on time. Plenty of time. Federal laws, again, I won't spend a lot of time on this. The Animal Welfare Act, each one of these laws is entitled to a presentation on its own, so there's not a lot of detail I can get into, but the Marine Mammals Protection Act, the Great Apes Conservation Act, Endangered Species Act, which everyone's familiar with, Pet Evacuation and Transportation Standards Act that came out after some of the hurricanes that we saw. The Animal Enterprise Terrorism Act, that's the federal equivalent of the state law that I mentioned. Wild Exotic Bird Conservation Act, the CITES Treaty. Humane Slaughter Act is one of the ones that applies to farm animals. And again, we're talking about old laws here. You can see the 28-hour law of 1877 restricts the amount of time that animals can be confined during transportation. So some of the first animal laws that came on the books dealt with livestock. And then the Lacey Act, we see a number of prosecutions in Florida for violations of the Lacey Act, which is trading in different protected species. Talk a little bit now about some of the animal law resources and where you can find good information. It's certainly gotten easier over time, and the animal law section is one of its primary goals is to increase the number of resources, do education like we're doing here today. But certainly in the time that I've practiced, a lot of more availability of different sources has come online. That picture on the left is the cover of the DC Bar Journal that was an animal law exclusive, and we'll look at the one from the Florida Bar here in a second. The center image there is the oldest animal law journal published out of Lewis and Clark. It's been published for a number of years, but there's more and more animal law journals coming online. If you're interested in this type of thing, it's a fairly cheap subscription, and I'd encourage you to do it because there's always something new and novel in being published in the Animal Law Journal. And then, of course, we've got our own case book and materials. There's actually several of them now, but this was one of the first ones that was put together by Bruce Wagman, and a nationally known animal law attorney that's spoken at some of our conferences before. This one is used in a lot of courses around the country. And then I wanted to give you all some links. Again, I'll distribute these. These are recent section articles that have appeared in the Florida Bar Journal. And eventually, we're in the process of updating our website. So these are the ones that are, there's currently everything before the last one on the next slide is on the website. These are the ones that are going to be added to the new website. But you can kind of see from the titles, even just the breadth of animal law, including the courtroom canines. That is a big area that the animal law section's been involved in. Kat and Ralph's article on the fading color of coral, that's an issue that's becoming increasingly visible as we start to see climate change and worry about what it's doing to coral reefs in Florida. Pets receiving special consideration in marriage dissolutions, that's something that we're working on. And then domestic violence, that's something that we achieved. I mentioned earlier about the injunctions. John's article on fishery acts, equine law, articles on our involvement in the greyhound racing ban, migratory bird treaty, animal abuse registries, if that's an issue you're interested in. We have an article from December 2017 on that. Homeowners liability for wild animal attacks, assistant animals in foster care. Just going back to the beginning, talking about companion animals, wildlife animals, animals in entertainment, and food animals. You run the gambit on these different issues in the Florida Bar Journal. And then last but certainly not least, I would recommend, if you haven't, the philosophical side of things, the difference between animal rights and animal welfare, a lawyer's guide, Ralph's article on that. We get a lot of questions as animal law practitioners. What's animal rights versus animal welfare, and how do you draw those distinctions? And then this is against other bar journals. There was a spate of them where a number of different groups around the country started doing animal law exclusive journals for their different bar groups. And Florida was one of the first. Ours was in November 2014. That's Ricky, the canine court dog on the cover, that was instrumental in passing the law that allowed canines into the courtroom to help with children and disabled individuals testifying. The other thing about that cover at the time is interesting. It's the only time that someone other than the bar president or the chief judge has appeared in a photograph on the front cover. Normally they're pictures, but we got special dispensation because it was a special animal law issue to have that picture featured. Checking time. I'll breeze through some of these so I can finish on time. Certainly, if you're interested in careers in animal law, Yolanda Eisenstein's book on that is helpful. I do think that that's something that most attorneys right now supplement their practice. If you practice estates and trusts, for example, you learn about pet trusts, or if you're a criminal prosecutor, you can specialize in animal cruelty cases. So there's still only a handful of folks around the state that practice exclusively animal law and make a living doing that. I do think that that's changing as people start to see that they're spending thousands of dollars on pet foods and veterinary bills and things like that. People are starting to understand that, hey, I'm concerned about this animal. They're not really a pet, they're a family member. People are willing to pay legal fees in animal law cases. That center image is animal protection laws, a study that the ALDF puts out, and I'll get to them in a minute, that ranks different states' animal protection laws. The ABA's publication on litigating animal disputes, a complete guide for lawyers, is also a useful resource. Again, a number of different books that have been published, and some of these are used in courses as well. I knew that we'd really arrived as a field of practice when I saw Animal Law in a Nutshell. I'm sure you all remember those little books from law school, but Animal Law has its own nutshell book now. And then another ABA publication, Lawyer's Guide to Dangerous Dog Issues. And then Ralph can confirm this, but I believe this is one of the books he uses in teaching, but longtime professor at FAMU School of Law, Randall Abate, taught what can animal law learn from environmental law. And in a lot of ways, environmental law got started in the 70s, and now no one questions it as being an important field, and there are a number of attorneys employed in that area. but animal law seems to be on that same trajectory. So those are a couple of Professor Abate's books that are useful if this is the type of thing you're interested in. Turning to some of the places I go to first whenever I have an animal law issue that I don't know that I want to research. The Animal Legal and Historical Center that's done by Professor Favre at Michigan State University. There's the website there. It's a wealth of information. It has numerous cases that are collated and organized in a helpful manner on topics, a number of different articles. You can't always find the answer you're looking for there, but it certainly jumpstarts any sort of research on an area that you're interested in. And it's accessible to you. It has explanations that both lawyers and non-lawyers can look at and use. So I'll usually start somewhere there. The Animal Legal Defense Fund, that's a group that we partner with from time to time at the animal law section, but they've got a number of resources too, including a number of student chapters around the country at law schools that deal with animal law. And a lot of our newest executive council members in the animal law section have come from Florida schools that have active Animal Legal Defense Fund chapters. You can go to their website. I just included one link there on webinars that are upcoming. And then they've got their back catalog of webinars and other resources dealing with different issues. The Animal Law Conference is something that I'd recommend everyone look into. If some of you, I'm sure, are familiar with it. Others who may just be getting their first exposure to animal law may not have, but it's a conference that's put on every year. This year it's virtual in October, and you can, the registration isn't open yet, but you can look and see when registration opens up. I think it's sometime in July. They also put all of the past conferences and the resources from them on their website. So including some of the videos of some of the presentations. So you can look down the list and see kind of the leading edge of where people that talk about this and think about animal law all the time are. Impacts on animals and changing climate was the one from last year. 2 years ago, it was law on the farm to animal policy, advocacy, and culture. So you can go to their website and get the presentations from those different events and watch the videos as well. Certainly last but not least, the animal law section of the Florida Bar. We are still the newest section of the Florida Bar, officially formed in 2016 after we petitioned the Board of Governors and provided signatures and did a number of things that you have to do under standing board policy to become a new section. But since then, we've grown quite a bit as well. I think that at our executive council meeting earlier this week, we were at 520 members. We've got a robust social media presence. If you're not already following us on Facebook and Twitter and LinkedIn and Instagram, please do so, because we publish updates on things we're doing, new cases coming out, all sorts of different things. There's our current website and how you can join on our current website. Again, looking forward to an updated website here in the near future. One of the things that when we started out, we were bare bones, but thanks to all our membership, we've now able to go out and hire someone to do a professional website for us, and that's going to improve our ability to share information with you all and kind of make it more user friendly. And then this is, I think I alluded to this earlier, this is from our current website as well, but it talks about some of our different committees, including our substantive animal law committees. So if you're interested in a particular area of animal law, join the section and then ask to be put on one of these committees, like companion animal or equine law or wildlife, farmed animals, criminal law. And then the other thing that we're doing, and this is an example, is providing animal law section CLEs to our members at a discount. One of the things we'd like to do over the next year to make the memberships more valuable is do more things like we're doing today, which is free CLEs on different issues. So whereas I'm trying to give the broadest view possible of these things, we're laser focused on specific issues like the shark finning legislation and how to some solutions for that. No-kill shelters and whether or not those can effectively exist today. Desmond's Law, which I mentioned earlier, out of Connecticut, we had an entire presentation on that and providing animal advocacy. Coral from last year, and I think that we're going to do another one given the prevalence of coral. Maybe hearing from someone later today on that. And then the two wildlife CLEs that we did most recently, animal jurisprudence with Stephen Wise out of New York, and then the second part, compassionately, creatively, and collaboratively using the law to protect animals and their well-being, with Jim Gisaldi, are also available right now as things that are still in cycle and haven't expired. With that, I think I'm close to being out of time. I encourage you to contact me. That's my contact information that I check most frequently, my Gmail account. You can reach me there. Those are my companion animals and my children, who are not unlike companion animals in a lot of ways. But with that, I'll go ahead and turn my video back on.
Very good. Well, thank you, Greg. That was great as always. Very informative. And you know, when I started practicing environmental law 37 years ago, there was virtually no animal law or, to speak of. And now, as a tribute to what you were saying, we have over 520 members in our section, and we're up to 136 participants in this CLE. So I appreciate everybody's interest. And I think it shows we were on to something a few years ago when we decided to move up to section status. Well, so I now have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker, Dr. Tiffany Hall. Dr. Hall, are you on the Zoom?
I am here.
Beautiful. Dr. Hall grew up in Dade City, attended the University of Florida, where she graduated with a Bachelor of Science in Animal Science with an emphasis on animal biology and a minor in agricultural law in 2005. She continued her education at the University of Florida College of Veterinary Medicine, graduating in 2009. After graduation, she began practicing small animal general medicine and surgery as an associate at Novey Animal Hospital in Tallahassee. And in June of last year, Dr. Hall and her business partner purchased the practice and embarked on a journey of practice ownership in the middle of a pandemic. She works full-time seeing her dog and cat patients and managing her staff of 28. She's also currently serving a second term as the president of the Big Bend Veterinary Medical Association and her second year as an executive board member of the Tallahassee Margarita Society, a nonprofit that seeks to fill the gaps for children in the Tallahassee area during the holidays. She's also been an active supporter of the Hugh O'Brien Youth Leadership Organization, serving many years on the executive leadership team and state level corporate board. Dr. Hall enjoys spending time with her attorney husband, Stephen Hall, and her 2 children. She also hangs out with her 3 dogs and 2 cats when she isn't working. So we really appreciate the support and our partnership with our veterinarian friends, and I'm excited to introduce Dr. Hall. Go right ahead.
All right. Let's see here. So we're gonna see here.
Great.
All right. Can everybody see that? Are we good?
Yeah.
All right. Perfect. So as was introduced, I'm Tiffany Hall. I am a veterinarian here in Tallahassee. So I practice primarily in small animal medicine, mostly dogs and cats. I've been in the field for almost 25 years. So I started in veterinary medicine when I was 14 in the kennel and have been here ever since. So I'm going to do my best to fill the time given, give you guys a little bit of background on the COVID-19 pandemic in animals and veterinary medicine, the effect on veterinary medicine and veterinarians in general, and then we'll talk a little bit about some unique challenges of veterinary medicine that are kind of general challenges that have been sort of made more significant during the COVID pandemic. So, all right. So coronaviruses, I'm sure you've heard all kinds of things about coronavirus, but they're fairly large family of viruses that are largely species specific. So we've been dealing with coronaviruses for hundreds of years in veterinary medicine. We see them in most of our patients in some form. Majority of coronaviruses in our patients are going to be mild and self-limiting. We do have vaccinations available for some of them, and specifically I'm going to talk on dog and cat today. Canine coronavirus typically cause gastrointestinal signs in puppies and oftentimes in elderly or immunocompromised patients. There is a vaccine available, although the vaccine use has fallen out of favor because the disease is so self-limiting. The risks of vaccination, just like any vaccination, there are risks that go with that. So, they're constantly in a risk cost-benefit analysis there. So vaccination has largely fallen out of favor. Feline coronavirus is kind of an interesting subject in that for majority of cats, feline coronavirus causes gastrointestinal signs as well. So vomiting, diarrhea, weight loss, typically in kittens. There is no vaccination for this virus currently. So feline coronavirus is kind of an interesting disease from the science perspective, in that a large portion of kittens are positive for coronavirus, especially if they've come from situations of shelters or humane societies, situations where you have a large number of cats in a very small space. They're going to pass those diseases back and forth. And so a large amount of cats have exposure at some time in their life to coronavirus. Interestingly enough, though, that disease does go on to cause a disease called feline infectious peritonitis in some cats. And that is typically a result of a genetic susceptibility to a mutation of the virus. So we're hearing a lot about the variants of coronavirus in the human world and how, coronaviruses are mutating slightly in different proportions and causing different changes in their infectivity rates, in their survivability rates, in their virulence, how severe their disease is. We see that happen in coronaviruses in animals as well. And feline infectious peritonitis specifically causes a pretty nasty disease that in some ways does sort of mirror coronavirus in humans and COVID. So we've seen in COVID that there's a small subsection of patients with COVID infection in people that then go on to develop long haul coronavirus or develop significant immune response related disease secondary to the viral infection. And feline infectious peritonitis is similar. So it's an autoimmune response to the presence of that mutation. And interestingly enough, there is a medication to treat FIP. However, it is not available in the United States. The manufacturer of it, the developer of it, Gilead is actually the manufacturer, started with this medication. It's called GS 441524. And it is shown actually in quite a few studies now to show significant treatment and cure in many patients with FIP. And interestingly enough, the background on that medication is that the company that developed it realized that that medication didn't actually enter human cells very well. So they tweaked the medication. So they tweaked the chemical composition to better enter human cells, and ultimately then developed the drug remdesivir, which we've all heard of now as a treatment for COVID-19. So that was originally developed to look at for the cure for the Ebola virus. It was a catastrophic fail, didn't work. And so they shelved it. And then when the COVID-19 pandemic happened, they pulled it off the shelf and realized that it does work. So unfortunately, veterinarians are stuck not being able to get this medication for their patients. And so veterinary medicine is always a little bit kind of treading the water as far as, you know, getting medications and trying treatments that are off label or not necessarily studied in our patients. Majority of the medications that we use have absolutely no label for patients that we treat. We use them mostly off label. So this is one that is currently available on the black market. We obviously legally are not allowed to necessarily be involved in this specific administration of that product, but we do sometimes counsel our clients on its availability and direct them to Facebook of all places. So there's several Facebook groups where they can obtain that medication on their own and get counsel from people who have used it and administer it to their cats with great success. So we're hopeful that there is potential that Gilead will choose to manufacture this medication, or that there will be studies done that show that remdesivir does have efficacy in cats as well. And then we'll be able to use that legally in our patients. COVID-19 and our pets. So a couple basically general statements about current evidence suggest that our pets, the risk to our pets spreading COVID-19 to people is low in general. Current evidence also suggests that people can spread COVID-19 to pets in close contact. So there is recommendations to quarantine away from your pets if you have active COVID infection, because there are absolutely data that show that both dogs and cats, as well as ferrets, specifically household animals, are likely to contract COVID, at least in a cellular level or a viral replication level. They may not necessarily show symptoms of it, or they may have mild symptoms of it, but they can get it from their people. Current evidence also suggests that pets pose minimal risk to people as a fomite, and we'll talk a little bit later. This was a huge part of veterinary medicine's kind of concern going into the beginning of the pandemic in the health risks that that COVID imposed on our staff, because obviously we're worried about those pets that we were treating being fomites. So fomite being an object that spreads disease on their exterior surface. So hard surfaces can do that, but we were worried about pets being fomites as well. There have absolutely been documented cases of dogs, cats, and ferrets testing positive for viral DNA and antibodies to COVID-19. So suggesting both an immune response and active replication in the body. There's also been several documented cases of non-human primates and big cats in zoo populations, likely originating from contact with the infected personnel that were ultimately caring for them. This is an interesting developing kind of portion of COVID that has kind of developed in the last 3 to 4 months or so. So mink especially, so mink are, especially in the other countries in the world, are still used for fur. Here in the United States, they're used for fashion accessories, eyelashes, things like that. Current evidence supports that mink can be infected with COVID-19 and can transmit COVID-19 between individuals. And this is important. So animal to animal spread of COVID-19. So the disease typically tends to be much more virulent in this species of animals. So increased deaths and respiratory illness have been reported in several countries on mink farms suffering from COVID-19 infection. And then this is the big one. There's documented mink to human spread in the Netherlands, Denmark, and Poland, and recent evidence suggests that spread is happening in the United States as well. Now, there are not a huge number of mink farms in the United States, but they do tend to be concentrated in high density in certain communities. So the level of mink to human spread may be substantial in the communities that serve the mink farm populations, and certainly could coincide with a larger number of positive human cases. So we don't have enough data right now to know the extent of how that is actually happening and whether the spread is significant. There are obviously significant biosecurity risks involved there, and measures in place to try to limit that spread. Most of these big farms do not allow outsiders on the farm, so that likely is also helping to reduce the number of human cases as a result of the mink farms. This is a graphic that I pulled, actually latest numbers off of the USDA site. It is a dashboard, an active dashboard that you can go, the website's down at the bottom of the screen, but it updates routinely for the number of positive documented cases of COVID-19 in animals. So you can see the breakdown based on the animal type. If you go into the active dashboard, you can actually click on the state and zoom in and look at more in depth of where those cases were identified. Caveat being here, there's multiple methods of diagnosis. So you'll see a column for PCR diagnosis, which is identification of the DNA in swabs taken of likely the respiratory tract of those animals. And then the middle column is antibodies. So that is measurement of blood immune response to the presence of the virus. So identifying not just that the patient has DNA in and on their respiratory tract due to contamination, but that they actively are producing antibodies to the virus, suggesting an immune response and active infection. So thought this was kind of interesting. You can see Texas has a large number. I believe that many of those are the mink premises, but you can zoom in on the dashboard and see more. You can see 5 cases in Florida. I will tell you, as a practitioner, I have not tested specifically a patient of mine looking for coronavirus. I have had a few that maybe were suspicious, but testing required, especially in the early stages, testing required permission of the state veterinarian to test for COVID in our patients. There were several laboratories that ultimately added the ability to test in a broader respiratory pathogen panel. So we can do a PCR panel, so looking for the DNA of multiple respiratory pathogens in one sample. And so we typically do that in dogs who have severe respiratory disease, or in light of outbreaks of respiratory disease in our practices or in our communities, looking for the source. And so COVID is included on some of those panels, but we were required to get the permission of the state veterinarian in order to add that test, and the client was responsible for the price. So cost and veterinary care pricing obviously plays a huge role in our ability to do diagnostics and treatment. And so I can tell you personally, I've not tested a patient specifically for COVID, so I suspect that this number is likely quite underreported, because there are probably not a lot of veterinarians out there who are actively testing their patients for COVID. Respiratory disease is quite common in our practices. But we didn't know any of that. So we're going to jump back in time to the beginning of the pandemic and talk about the effect on the business of veterinary practice, how we changed our practice, how we changed our approach to veterinary medicine, because we didn't know any of that. And it was an active, ongoing investigation, and we were learning information just with everybody else. So brief overview of the business of veterinary medicine. There are approximately 28,000 to 32,000 veterinary practices in the United States, depending on the day and time. That is a variety of different practices. So you have small animal practice, you have general practice, mixed animal, large animal, food animal exclusive, you have equine specific, you have brick and mortar practices versus mobile veterinarians, you have palliative care and hospice veterinarians, and then you have specialty hospitals where a majority of our specialists are contained. 90% of those practices are general practices. So we still thrive off of the general practitioner model. 50% of so 90% of general practices and 50% of specialty practices are still privately owned small businesses. So veterinary medicine is going through a growth of corporate entities in veterinary medicine. And we're certainly seeing that locally as well as statewide. But when you look at the scheme of the number of practices across the country, there still is majority of those being privately owned small businesses. So you can see a breakdown here of this is based on 2016. So this is the newest numbers that we have, but majority of practices are under 20 employees. So still a large number of very, very small establishments. And so obviously the effects financially of a pandemic, of mentally, emotionally of a pandemic are going to be felt significantly more in the practices that only employ up to 4 veterinarians. And you'll see that later on. Approximately 6,500 veterinarians in Florida. 38% of households in Florida own at least 1 dog. 25% of households own at least 1 cat. So a large number of households, a large number of patients, not a lot of veterinarians, especially when those veterinarians are in very small establishments, 1 to 2 veterinarians maximum. So when we talk about the business of veterinary medicine does not have a huge profit margin. We live off of and survive off of a very thin margin. So quantity, even in the best, most well-managed practices, quantity is key. So approximately 80 cases per full-time doctor per week in small animal brick and mortar practice in order to be profitable. So that's huge. If the doctor is working 5 days a week, they're moving cases pretty substantially. So anything that changes the efficiency of a practice is going to have a substantial impact on the profitability of the business. So profit margin of 20 to 30% is considered ideal in a well-managed small animal general practice. So, but that 20 to 30% also includes any funds directed to loan payments and owner compensation. For example, as a new owner, obviously we owe a bank and pay a loan payment monthly. That comes out of our profit margin. That is not counted in our expenses in the scheme of determining a well-managed small animal practice. So the impact can be exponential for COVID impact on practices. Regulation of veterinary medicine, obviously you guys are attorneys, so you understand all this, but most veterinarians are not attorneys. Most veterinarians don't have any legal background other than what we kind of meld together on a day-to-day basis. And veterinary medicine is unique in that we are regulated by an alphabet soup of agencies, both in the federal level and the state level, as well as local regulations. So on a day-to-day basis, any one of these agencies could walk into my hospital and request information or inspection, depending on what products we're using. Vaccinations are USDA, topical flea preventions are EPA, but oral flea preventions are FDA. We're maintaining OSHA regulations. Obviously, our profession is quite familiar with OSHA and Department of Health intervention with rabies process with rabies bites and scratches and quarantines. We're basically base managed by DBPR, but we have regulation coming from a lot of places. We also, I'll throw in here a little bit of inconsistencies in that we deal with outside pharmacies, human pharmacies that are regulated by the Board of Pharmacy, but our in-house pharmacies are not regulated by Board of Pharmacy specifically. But we have to sometimes deal with differences in human medicine versus veterinary medicine. So it is, on the veterinarian to stay up on local regulations, state regulations. So this can be quite overwhelming, depending on what part of veterinary medicine you practice, because these things are changing all the time. And we saw that during COVID, and that all of these agencies were spitting out advice. They were spitting out guidance. They were spitting out executive orders, excuse me, different regulations that changed during COVID. So on top of trying to maintain practices, keep our staff safe, figure out the science behind COVID, we were also trying to deal with the legal implications of all of this on our practices as well. So the life of veterinary medicine, a little bit of information. So average starting salary for a new grad in 2018 was just over $70,000. But the mean student loan debt for a new veterinarian in that same year was upwards of $150,000. Women now comprise more than 70% of the veterinary workforce. So that's shifted in 2009. Women passed the 50% mark in 2009 and have steadily increased since. Millennials now make up the largest group of veterinarians. We are experiencing a crisis in veterinary medicine, and that veterinarians are 2.5 to 3.5 times more likely to commit suicide than the general population, in large part due to the above mentioned student loan issue, family life issues, mental health issues related to client interactions. So you can see 1 in 5 veterinarians has experienced cyberbullying in the last year. So this is a huge, huge issue in veterinary medicine. And despite being on a similar par to human physicians in 2020, as far as loan debt, burnout scores were 40% higher in veterinarians than in human physicians, in large part due to the finances of veterinary medicine. So that is an ongoing struggle that we deal with. My practice individually was personally affected by suicide in our veterinarian. We had a veterinarian commit suicide 2 years ago. So we have definitely been personally affected, and most veterinarians do know of or have classmates that have been affected by suicide after graduation. So COVID-19 impact on veterinary medicine as a whole. So now that we have a background on animal medicine, veterinary medicine, so you can see here a wide variety of issues related to the COVID pandemic and its impact. In the form of animal care, we were forced very quickly to shut down our practices to our clients. Veterinary medicine thrives on patient-client veterinary interaction, relationships with our clients. So we began making decisions to, as we move through pandemic, to preserve our veterinary client-patient relationship, and and that basically directed decisions from that point on. So that is the most important aspect of veterinary medicine, in my opinion. Everything else comes secondary to that. We're legally required in the state to have a veterinary client-patient relationship and provide that care for our patients. And so all of our decision-making process during the beginning of COVID was in an attempt to preserve that. So We quickly implemented social distancing requirements. So 6 feet is really difficult in a veterinary hospital. My exam rooms are not even 6 feet wide. Add in 2 people, 3 people plus multiple patients, and you start to be in very close quarters. So we quickly implemented, at least in my hospital, drop-off procedures or curbside care where there was no veterinary clients allowed in the building. This was an attempt to keep our clients safe, to be able to increase efficiency with everything going on, and then also to preserve the safety of my staff. Because we're in close proximity, I have 28 people in the building on top of each other by the nature of our job. So there is very limited social distancing in the building. So we were very, very concerned about the possibility of having a COVID outbreak in the building. So we were very aggressive about implementing that quickly and removing clients from the picture. We still maintained that relationship as much as possible by outside interaction, phone interaction, telemedicine, things like that. We implemented telehealth. So we've always most veterinarians, and we'll talk a little bit later about telehealth, but most veterinarians have implemented some form of telehealth in their practice for many, many years, using email, using pictures, videos, Zoom calls, things like that. But it definitely hit a surge in the early parts of COVID. Significant online purchases of products and medications. So asking our clients to buy products online or over the phone versus coming in person. This was huge in veterinary medicine, that there's a shift to having online pharmacies to help out our clients in that way. We've dealt with significant PPE shortages. So in the early months of COVID, there were significant shifts of PPE equipment from veterinary medicine to human medicine. Gloves, gowns, masks, isolation suits, injectable syringes, needles, disinfectants. It was really difficult to find disinfectants in the beginning stages of COVID. Masks were pretty much non-existent. We moved to fabric masks versus using disposable masks. Even in surgery, we moved to wearing disposable masks over and over with a fabric mask on the top in order to reduce our need for PPE, so that could be shifted to the human side. We also decreased our scheduling of elective procedures. Many states actually mandated that we discontinue elective procedures and go to urgent care or emergency care only. To preserve PPE. We have dealt with and are still dealing with massive quantities of drug shortages. So a lot of my practice these days is figuring out how I can treat a patient, not just how I would like to treat a patient, but exactly what medications I have available to me. If they're not short, if I can get a drug, the price has increased substantially, and you will have some examples of that in a little bit. Equipment donations. So all around the country, veterinarians who had ventilators were shifting ventilators. So we were asked to donate our ventilators typically to our human counterparts. Most of our teaching hospitals, most of our large specialty care ceased to be able to provide ventilator care to our patients during COVID because those ventilators got shifted. So that was a substantial improvement. We also donated majority of the PPE that we had on hand actively. So anything that we had in our practices that we felt we could do without, we shifted over to human healthcare as well. Support for One Health initiatives. We'll talk a little bit later about the One Health initiative and its impact on COVID and how veterinarians contributed to the COVID pandemic. Pandemic puppies. So a lot of people were home, they were working from home, they had a lot of extra time, and they went out and adopted puppies, which was, to be honest, from a veterinary standpoint, probably the worst thing that could happen to us because we were already reducing efficiency, we were already reducing staff, drug availability, PPE availability, and then you have this influx of hundreds of new patients. We also had an increase in disposable income. So veterinary care in a lot of cases is a disposable income type of expense. It comes after all the other things. And so people had shift disposable income from other things and now have the disposable income available to treat their patients. So we're also dealing with not just an influx of new patients, but an influx of patients that we hadn't seen in a while, or that financially their owners were unable to provide care in the recent history, that we're now able to provide care. So that was also an interesting impact on veterinary medicine. So the result being that veterinary medicine has actually increased after the initial impact of the pandemic. In the last 6 months, the number of patients we're seeing has substantially increased. I'm not going to talk much about food chain. I do have a little bit of background in large animal medicine, but currently don't have a ton of impact right now. But obviously the food chain issues, I know they were mentioned earlier today, animal welfare issues, mandatory culling due to food supply movements, animal movement issues, so lack of transportation, lack of fuel, commodity shortages and surpluses. So veterinarians making very, very difficult decisions with producers to cull excess animals or to drop commodities. So here in Florida, the impact on the milk industry was huge. They were dumping gallons and gallons and gallons of milk on the ground. Those cows, animal welfare wise, balancing the animal welfare of those cows still have to be milked every day, twice a day, and that milk's got to go somewhere. And so if it's not moving through the food chain and commodity surpluses then ultimately become a dump. So very, very difficult decisions made by the food chain veterinarians to implement some very drastic measures during COVID, especially in the beginning, to facilitate animal welfare, as well as food safety. And then obviously zoonotic potential. So we talked about the mink cases later on, trying to figure out, is this a zoonotic potential to our avian species? Is this zoonotic potential to our livestock species? Going into this, we had no idea. And so basically, we began to assume that COVID could infect everything. So again, you're getting into efficiency issues. You're getting into PPE issues on the large animal side, not just on the small animal side, and quite significant difficulty in the food portion, staff shortages, things like that. Staff issues, personal health and safety. Obviously, my staff is very close. I have very large number of people in a small building, so their health and safety is of substantial importance to me. If I got COVID in my building at the beginning, we were forcing mandatory 14 to 21 day quarantines in the building. So we at all costs basically decided that we were going to try not to get COVID in the building, and we were successful in that. In that I have 28 people on staff. We have no COVID positive history in the entire pandemic, namely because of the aggressive nature of the PPE use. We dressed in and dressed out every day. We no eating in the building. So lunches were forced to be outside. We cut down on, my staff chose not to socialize outside of the building. They're very, very good friends outside of work, and they chose not to socialize in an effort to try to limit the impact of COVID if we did get a case, that there wouldn't be substantial impacts on the team. We were fighting through OSHA requirements, through CDC guidance that was changing rapidly. Our COVID policy for our staff changed 14 times throughout the pandemic. So we edited every time a new CDC guidance came out. We were editing quickly to get new information out there for the staff, implementing quarantines and section quarantines and changing. And we'll look at at the next slide some other things that other hospitals implemented. Continuing education requirements. So just like you guys, we have continuing education requirements specifically that were impacted by not being able to be in person and forcing everything to go virtual. A battle between essential versus non-essential. So in Florida, veterinarians were deemed essential, which was helpful in some things. In other states, veterinarians were deemed non-essential. Some essential, care was deemed essential, but not all care. So we fought through that battle as well. We also fought through that battle with vaccinations, and that veterinarians were not deemed healthcare providers for the purposes of vaccination. So although we were essential workers and required to be present, we were not allowed to get vaccinated until the general population was. Most of my staff is under the age of 35. And so we are just now finishing up vaccinations for the staff that have chosen to become vaccinated. And then fighting through mental health and well-being. Burnout is real. Not having client interaction, being forced to give very, very poor prognoses and bad news over the phone, not being able to hug our clients. Veterinary medicine is quite an emotional field. Bouncing, any given day, we can bounce between a euthanasia right into a new puppy or kitten, and be expected to give that new puppy kitten family just as much love as we gave the euthanasia patient's family. So mental health and well-being of my staff was significant and very, very difficult when we can't socialize outside of the hospital, and we can't do non-work things. Staff shortages, just like everybody, we're dealing with shortages of labor. It's very difficult right now to find staff that are capable of keeping up with the aggressive nature of veterinary medicine, as far as the physical output, the mental output, emotional output, but also in the veterinary side, we're dealing with a veterinarian staff shortage. So there's only a small number of veterinarians that graduate every year. There's a population of veterinarians who are aging out and moving into non-practicing types of fields, so education or state government, public health, and not practicing anymore. So we're facing staff shortages. My practice is currently down 2 veterinarians. We typically are a 4 veterinary practice. We are currently running on 2 veterinarians and continuing to see 3 to 3.5 veterinarians worth of cases on a daily basis. So it's a pretty hopping kind of impact at this point. And right now there's no end in sight for that. That's going to be an ongoing impact. So things that coronavirus forced veterinary hospitals to take advantage of. So we talked about curbside care, drop-off processes. So having clients leave their pet with us for a few hours so that we could triage and deal with multiple cases at one time, and then returning the patient to the owner. Using telehealth when possible. So that has been helpful, but we have always used, certain communication, increasing our communication though through text and email, using apps to facilitate texting and information sharing. We talked about the pet boom, so more adoptions, less shelter intakes. We also saw increases in the number of people willing to foster pets during the COVID pandemic. So people were home, so they were willing to do that. I will also say, add here, we also saw an increase in behavioral issues in our patients. So in the beginning of pandemic, it was adjustments to having their families home with them all the time. And now on the tail end of the COVID pandemic, it's adjustments to having their families leave and go back to work. So behavioral medicine has been, in the short term, a huge portion of our practice at this point. So we talked about government mandates, essential workers, elective versus non-elective procedures, vaccinations of our staff and our clients. So making decisions about how we open back up to the public in compliance with the governor's executive orders, about not being able to ask for vaccination status, not being able to, do we require vaccination for our staff? Do we not? How do we support our team through vaccination? So, we had a large number of our staff get vaccinated, but had to schedule very carefully to make sure that post-vaccination, they had time off to deal with their vaccination side effects. And that certainly was an interesting component to this. Cash shortfalls. People weren't using cash. So we switched to credit cards. Our level of check and cash input decrease. We dealt with cash shortfalls on the financial aspect, in that a lot of our cash is tied up in inventory and product to facilitate day-to-day operations of our hospital. Dealing with that product now becoming more expensive, so more cash tied up in that product, and dealing with being able to support our staff. There were several closures, obviously, during COVID. How do we pay our staff? Do we pay our staff? The impact on the federally mandated COVID supports, using those to continue to pay our staff, bonusing our staff if possible, to support their mental and emotional well-being, and that kind of thing. So that certainly was an impact as well. PPP financial support. So we talked about earlier, 90% of the general practices are small animal, small businesses. So more than 2/3 of privately owned practices receive some level of PPP support. So that was huge. I will tell you, for my practice, it was life-saving. We were able to focus on our staff and focus on our patients and not focus on paying the bills, which was really, really helpful. So the PPP support made a huge impact on the veterinary medicine world, in that, a large number of practices did acquire PPP support during the beginning of the pandemic. So we were supported through our national organizations with case management flow charts. So talking about, these were all the factors that were utilized in determining whether we were going to see a specific patient or not. This was implemented in the early stages of COVID, when we were mandated to reduce elective procedures to decide what kind of cases we were going to see. So just to give you an idea of the thought process behind that. Different operational strategies employed by veterinarians during COVID. So we had a variety. Clients were asked to wait in vehicles, contactless payment processing, patient history by phone, drive-through pickup, telemedicine, seeing emergency cases, doing senior citizen only cases. So a variety of different things that practices implemented during the early stages of the pandemic. Cost of veterinary goods. So this just gives you an idea of where we're at in the scheme of cost of goods. So this is the number one, besides payroll and employee costs, this is the number one expense of veterinary practices. Costs overall have increased between 15 and 30% in the last year, depending on what we're talking about. So for example, gloves, we used to pay about $8 a box or so for gloves. We're now paying $15 a box. I ordered an order, I had to buy it in an order of 1,000, and it took, it's still not here. It took 2 to 3 weeks to deliver. If I want it faster, I've got to pay double the cost. So that has been interesting. We've been buying gloves at Costco. We've been buying gloves at Sam's. So definitely been interesting trying to deal with that, and we can't survive in our practice without a large number of gloves. Isolation gowns, we have not been able to get isolation gowns since the beginning of the pandemic. They typically were about $34 for a 50 count. They're now up to about $1 a piece, but continue to be on back order. We have resorted to lab coats, washable surgery gowns being used as isolation gowns. That's been a really big impact, because again, we're dealing at least at the beginning, not knowing whether COVID was transmissible to our staff through our patients. So we were gowning for everything. And so we ran out of those pretty quickly. So that's been a huge impact. Drug shortages. So dexamethasone is a steroid that we use every day here in Florida, because a large portion of our our practice is skin issues, allergies. We used to be able to get it for $21 a vial. It has been on back order or allocation for the entire pandemic. Dexamethasone is used in people for COVID treatments and used in treatment of respiratory disease as well. It is now almost $32 a vial and still on back order. Masks. So we were, at the beginning of the pandemic, we were paying about $56 for a 10 box of masks. That price has now come down substantially. It's about half of that. But pre-pandemic, we were paying about $7 a box. So the cost of veterinary goods has increased. And as a result, the cost of veterinary care has increased. This cost has to go somewhere. And so in most places, it's been passed on to clients, and the cost of veterinary care has gone up in the last year. Telemedicine COVID, so many hospitals already engaged in telemedicine, teletriage, telecommunication, and did so prior to COVID. About 30% of hospitals, we are required to have a in-person veterinary client-patient relationship, both by Florida, the state, as well as by the AVMA principles of medical ethics. Without that practitioner client relationship, we can provide teletriage and teleadvice only. And so there were quite a few emergency orders to allow the prescribing of controlled substances, off-label drugs, and issuance of veterinary fee directives in large animal medicine via telemedicine. So some of those things will expire. Some of those things we can continue to do. Drug shortages. So this is just the list, a short list of all the things that we have been unable to get during COVID. So major classes of drugs. So antibiotics, eye medications, pain medications, anesthetics. It's been really interesting doing surgery and anesthesia and not being able to get the medications that we're most comfortable with. So we've been forced to branch out to other anesthetics to kind of learn how we want to do surgery. It changes on a monthly basis. Steroid injectables, and then continued problems with PPE. Veterinary medicine and One Health initiative. So more than 75% of emergent diseases originate in animals before infecting humans, and veterinarians are oftentimes the first line of surveillance. So these were the things that happened during COVID. So veterinarians were, we talked about earlier, donations of supplies, PPE and ventilators to human medical care efforts, a shift of veterinary laboratory focus to development of human testing materials and processing of human laboratory samples. So veterinary labs, both at the university level and the commercial level, played a huge role in improving the testing output of COVID tests in the early pandemic. A lot of veterinary staff, researchers, transition their research. So involvement in the research on the structure and pathogenesis, the spread and transmission, what role animal reservoirs play, and the animals themselves playing in the spread of the pandemic. Surveillance of the virus, so with international, federal, state, and local governments, so testing for viral impact on our animal friends was a huge part of the development of the information that we now have. Vaccine development, so veterinary teams assisted with the research to assist vaccine development both on the human and animal fronts. So there is already an animal vaccine for COVID if it ever proves to have an impact. There is a company that has already dedicated resources to development of that vaccine. So it's ready to go in the event that it becomes commercially important. And then vaccine administration. So in many states and locations, veterinarians are being enlisted as medical professionals to vaccinate humans to stop the spread of COVID. This is an interesting one because we talked earlier about vaccinations and veterinary staff not being labeled as healthcare professionals in order to receive vaccinations, but being labeled as medical professionals in order to administer the vaccinations. So around the country, there are veterinarians administering vaccines to humans without having the vaccinations themselves. Veterinary medicine in people. This is an interesting side effect of COVID, and I want to just touch on it. So obviously for many people, as we finish up, the pets are their lifeline to the outside world. Studies show that about 70% plus of domestic violence households have pets who were abused. They also show a significant link between the abuse of pets and the abusers themselves having been abused. So many abuse victims and abusers will continue to seek veterinary care for their pets. Veterinarians are also dealing typically with elder care issues and mental health issues. So we deal with pet loss and grief, hoarding cases, and then similar other issues, mental health issues, an example being a disease called delusional parasitosis. So this was just the results of an interesting study of our local veterinary colleagues. So 45% had seen an animal during the COVID pandemic within the last year that they suspected was a victim of animal abuse. 5% had interacted with a child during a pet's exam that they suspected was a victim of abuse or neglect. 15% had interacted with a client during a pet's exam that they suspected was a victim of domestic abuse. And 35% had interacted with a client during an exam that they suspected was a victim of elder care issues. So this is an impact that COVID has had that we didn't anticipate, and that it's much more difficult for veterinarians to be kind of a first responder here in this case if we're not actually seeing the people. And so I definitely feel like this has been something that has, for a lot of my colleagues have been reporters and have been involved. I myself have testified in a federal animal abuse case. So our veterinarians are out there being active in this fight against domestic violence, child abuse, and pet care abuse, as well as dealing with elder care issues. And that has decreased during COVID for sure. So a couple of resources, just some websites. So CDC does have a huge section on dealing with animals in your daily life and COVID. The AVMA, the American Veterinary Medical Association, also has a huge section on animal health and welfare and the impact of COVID, both on small animal medicine as well as large animal impact. USDA also does have a significant section, and then the APHIS USDA government the dashboard that keeps a running total of the active confirmations of pet cases. So I will shift back to, let's see here. I'll shift back to my original slide. My email is here. This is if anybody has questions, needs more information, wants kind of direct links to those resources, feel free to reach out to me. I'm happy to continue that conversation.
Well, Dr. Hall, that was fascinating. It was great to hear from you. We really appreciate you taking the time out of your busy practice, and I'm sure people will want to get copies of that fantastic PowerPoint presentation. So thank you again, Dr. Hall. We now will take about a 10-minute break, and when we come back, we will pick up with Kevin Schneider on national and international trends and legal rights for non-human animals. You won't want to miss that. So again, just take about 10 minutes and try to get back, around 10:40. Thank you. Okay, well, I think we're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you all. I see we still have a very, very strong participation, over 140. I'm really pleased to introduce our next speaker, Kevin Schneider. I've known Kevin since law school days. He was the inaugural recipient of the Florida Bar Animal Law Section's Law Student Achievement Award. He went on to become the executive director of the Non-Human Rights Project. He's a member of the New York Bar. He earned his law degree from Florida State with specialization in environmental and land use law, and graduated with a BA in political science from the University of Massachusetts, Boston. He first became involved with the Non-Human Rights Project as a volunteer in 2010 and became director in 2015. He lives in New York City with his three-legged rescue pit bull, Trip. And so, Kevin, take it away.
I was just checking to see if Trip wanted to be featured, but he's busy taking a nap, so maybe a little bit later. So I'll go ahead and just share my screen now. If I can do that, here we go. Okay. Someone can let me know. How is that showing up okay?
Yes.
Looks great.
Okay, great. So thank you, Ralph and everybody from the bar and from the committee for the invite. It's coming from being in law school in Florida several years ago now, quite a few years ago now. It's always nice to connect with friends from down there. So I will jump right into it. We're talking about national and international trends in legal rights for non-human animals. And we'll even talk a little bit more about exactly what that means. I wanted to start here with a quote, and it actually kind of became a memoriam of sorts. For those of you who know Professor Christopher Stone, he actually just recently passed away. And he was kind of a foundational figure in this area, not so much of animals specifically, but this broader question. So there's this great quote, and some of the lawyers might recognize this from the kind of seminal environmental Supreme Court case of Sierra Club versus Morton, which the dissent cited this case. This article of Professor Stone's. He said, each time there is a movement to confer rights onto some new entity, the proposal is bound to sound odd or frightening or laughable. And this is partly because until the rightless thing receives its rights, we cannot see it as anything but a thing for the use of us, those of us who are holding rights at the time. And so while Christopher Stone was talking about the environment, the same concept applies to non-human animals, broadly speaking, basically all of them. The million or so species that live in various contexts among us, domestic, somewhere in between, wild. And so that's where we come in, the Non-Human Rights Project. A little bit of background about us. We were founded in 1996 by attorney Stephen M. Wise, who lives in Coral Springs. He's a Massachusetts lawyer, but has lived in Florida for decades. The Non-Human Rights Project works to secure legally recognized fundamental rights for non-human animals through litigation, legislation, and education. Our mission is to change the legal status of at least some non-human animals from mere things, which lack the capacity to possess any legal right, to persons who possess such fundamental rights as bodily integrity and bodily liberty, and those other legal rights to which evolving standards of morality, scientific discovery, and human experience entitle them. And there's our website there that has probably too much stuff, but if you really want to look at some of the legal filings, I suggest you go on over there and pull down the litigation page and take a look. But I'll be covering today from the first time that we filed a habeas corpus petition on behalf of a non-human animal, which was December 2013 in New York, up until to date. We'll be covering the litigation that we've been involved with primarily and talking about some other cases. But in that time span, 2013 to 2021, we've presented approximately 75 trial court and appellate judges in 2 US states, the other one being Connecticut, with the same question. Can a non-human animal whom science has shown to be autonomous, in these cases a chimpanzee or elephant, have a right to bodily liberty and therefore be a person for purposes of common law habeas corpus? And to date, these judges have ruled in kind of wildly different ways, and we'll cover them in roughly chronological order and kind of some of the greatest hits, so to speak, of the various trial and appellate decisions that have come down. And we'll talk about some of the milestones that have been reached along the process, and culminating with what just happened a month ago, which was very exciting for us. For the first time, on the fourth time that we've tried, the highest court in New York, the Court of Appeals, has agreed to accept a habeas corpus appeal brought on behalf of a non-human animal, in that case, Happy, an elephant who's been at the Bronx Zoo in New York City for over 40 years. So we'll start first just giving you an overview of a timeline of the cases that we've filed to date. We have some other ones in the works, so I'll talk a little bit about those at the end. I'm just trying to make sure I keep track of time here. So Tommy, I mentioned, was in December of 2013. He's a chimpanzee that we found in upstate New York, living in a small cage on a trailer shed, on a used trailer lot. We followed that the next day with Hercules and Leo, and then Kiko. So among the 4 of them, they represented all chimpanzees that we knew to be in New York state at that time. And Hercules and Leo, 2 research subjects, were being held on Long Island at Stony Brook University. And Kiko, as with many captive held chimps, was a former actor, was actually partially deaf from physical abuse on the set of a film called Tarzan in Manhattan in the 80s. And Tommy was actually in the film Project X with Matthew Broderick as a very small chimp, because very sadly, though this has kind of come to an end, it was very common in the entertainment industry to have very young chimps. When they're pliable, they're young, they're cute, but once they hit maturity, they become like chimps are supposed to be, and that is not wanting to be in captivity. Then I mentioned the Connecticut case that was in 2017, November. Beulah, Karen, and Minnie, who were 3 elephants at 2 of them now deceased, sadly, being used in a traveling zoo, kind of roadside circus. And then, as I mentioned, in 2018, we initially filed. It just goes to show how long, of course, how long these cases can take to wind their way through the whole process. And Happy was, I mentioned, has been at the Bronx Zoo for 40 years, and she was actually the first elephant anywhere to pass the mirror self-recognition test, which will become relevant a little bit later when we talk about what exactly we argue and why we argue that at least certain species should have the right to bodily liberty. So looking first at Tommy's case, so needless to, before I read the quote, it's also needless to say also, the very first time that we brought a habeas petition for a non-human animal for Tommy, we didn't expect that the trial court would say, yeah, of course, you're right, and grant us the relief. The reality is that this legal reality of non-human animals broadly being legal things, essentially property, that's been around for thousands of years. So we understood what we were getting into. The work of the Non-Human Rights Project was 20, 30 years in the making, very much understanding that this problem would not be solved with one case. But that being said, the very first judge who saw our petition, trial court judge in upstate New York, was very sympathetic. He basically said he wished he could grant the relief, but he couldn't be the first judge to make that leap of faith, which again is understandable. And so much of this for us has been about getting the issue to the highest court in the jurisdiction. So this was the very first time that one of our cases, that a common law habeas corpus petition for a non-human animal reached any appellate court. And it was the 3rd Department, which covers a portion of upstate New York. And in that case, the judges ruled, needless to say, unlike human beings, chimpanzees cannot bear any legal duties, submit to societal responsibilities, or be held legally accountable for their actions. In our view, it is this incapability to bear any legal responsibilities and societal duties that renders it inappropriate to confer upon chimpanzees the legal rights, such as the fundamental right to liberty protected by the writ of habeas corpus, that have been afforded to human beings. So this has been a real thorn in our side, as you might imagine, for the last 6-7 years, because for the first time ever, a court explicitly premised the capacity for any legal rights on the capacity to take on duties. And some of you familiar with some of this kind of more arcane political philosophy stuff will recognize a lot of these concepts, the social contract. And there is, a fair amount of scholarship around that being an important part of our society, our system of laws, of course. But that's a very far jump, we have argued for the last 7 years, to say that you can't have any rights whatsoever if you can't, abide by a social contract. I mean, the obvious example are the many human beings, whether they're infants or in a coma, or if they're suffering from something like Alzheimer's disease, they may not have legal capacity. They may not be able to fit this definition of bearing legal responsibilities, but we don't take away their rights. And so this whole idea that the social contract is where rights emanate from, we think is a big problem, not just for non-human animals, but for human beings as well. Moving along to Hercules and Leo's case, we won't talk about Kiko's case. It was not as kind of, basically what the court ruled there was you can't get habeas relief if you're seeking to go from one form of captivity to another, because in all of our cases, we asked that the court grant the right and then move chimpanzee, or in recent cases, the elephant, to a sanctuary in recognition that they can't just go back to the wild. You know, they come from very complex societies, and you just can't do that. But what you can do is give them a very significant measure of their freedom. And that's what we argue for in relief to a sanctuary. But Hercules and Leo's case, on the second time that we filed it, we, for the first time anywhere, got a hearing. So habeas corpus in New York, and I would imagine in pretty much any jurisdiction using the common law of it, you first seek a petition for writ of habeas corpus. You can do it order to show cause. There's different ways to do it. And then the court has to decide whether they're going to order the jailer, the detainer, the alleged detainer, to come in and justify the imprisonment. Habeas corpus is Latin for produce the body. That's the common translation that you see. But of course, we don't ask that the chimpanzee or elephant come to court. That's why we bring an order to show cause, which is a very much well-established way of doing it. So for the first time in 2015, we got a court to give us a hearing. And here you see a couple stills from it. It was actually featured in the HBO documentary film called Unlocking the Cage. I suggest that to anybody who wants to get a kind of deeper picture of the early days. You can actually watch this argument unfold in court. That's Steve there on the left, and the other lawyer actually represents as the assistant, or was at the time the assistant attorney general in New York. I mentioned that Hercules and Leo were being used for experiments at a state university, and so that's why the attorney general was brought in for this historic hearing. And you see here what the trial court judge, Barbara Jaffe, said: isn't it incumbent on the judiciary to at least consider whether a class of beings might be granted a right or something short of a right under the habeas corpus law? And so while she ultimately was bound by that previous decision I mentioned about the social contract, for us this was very meaningful because, again, the first time that a court actually took the issue seriously enough to order the hearing and was, by and large, quite sympathetic. Then we transitioned to Connecticut, where for reasons that are still unclear to us, we've had nowhere near the kind of luck that we've had in New York in terms of judges at least being willing to explore the possibility that maybe a non-human animal can have a legal right to their bodily liberty. So in response to a very almost identical case in a lot of ways, of course, using Connecticut law, the court ruled, the trial court, the first court to hear it in Connecticut, this petition is wholly frivolous on its face in legal terms. The petitioner in the present case naturally does not allege that it is a parent of any sort to the elephants. On the contrary, were the court to determine that the elephants are persons, it is the respondents, that is the zoo owners, who are more akin to parents of Beulah, Minnie, and Karen. And it might take some knowledge of what particularly the traveling roadside zoo industry is like for elephants to understand how really just wrong it is for the court to suggest that the same people who are charging $5 a ride, to have the elephants parade around in a circle with people on their backs are their parents, and was dismaying to say the least. But this is the legal kind of obstacle that we're up against, that anyone advocating for rights, real robust rights for animals, is up against. And then we go back to New York, again, kind of keeping the chronological order. This was another appellate court, this one that sits in Manhattan. This was actually the court where I was sworn in as an attorney in 2014. And so this was the second time we brought Kiko and Tommy's cases. They were joined together. And in response to, the court denied us on the grounds that, we sought successive petitions, basically identical petitions for Kiko and Tommy in their view, without alleging a change in conditions, which we thought was totally wrong, but we put that to the side because to go to the indicta, we think, after they made that determination, they went on to endorse the social contract view, which would basically shut out any non-human animal from having a legal right. And they also kind of doubled down on that by saying the NHRP argues that the ability to acknowledge a legal duty or legal responsibility should not be determinative of entitlement to habeas relief, since, for example, infants cannot comprehend that they owe duties or responsibilities, and a comatose person lacks sentience, that both have legal rights. And they said this argument ignores the fact that these are still human beings members of the human community. And this is another, there is some of this in the literature, but not, again, in the law. So this, we think, was another novel ruling just based from our perspective on bias, on judicial bias, on being closed off to the idea that other species can matter as well, even if they're not members of the human community, which frankly, we found deeply ironic, considering that a lot of what we present to the court as part of our common law argument, that the common law grows and changes over time and is really meant to embrace justice in a broader way. At least that's one vision of it. And if you look at our own human history, you know, it was only 200, 300, in some cases way more recently, that not every human being was treated as a person. Slavery is the almost kind of obvious and vicious example, but treatment of indigenous peoples, of women, of children, of various classes of humans who were not seen to fit the full person bill. So for us to see this argument used against us is sort of sad and ironic, but we think is also helps lay the groundwork for what we're looking at here, which for us was a real turning point in our New York litigation, but we think also in the broader picture for this issue, wherever it's being litigated. So this was after the appeal I just mentioned. We, of course, as good lawyers, sought appeal to the highest, to the higher jurisdiction, again, the Court of Appeals. And this was the third time. I mentioned we've tried 4 times. So this was the third time we tried to get up to the Court of Appeals. And for the first time ever, of course, you know, I shouldn't say of course, but we were denied the appeal. But what we got was a concurring opinion by one of the sitting members of that court, Judge Eugene Fahey, who's still on the court. He issued this concurring opinion, which I recommend to anybody. It's about 7 pages, and it's a real kind of just sort of work of art from our perspective. Although it didn't grant the full relief, you know, it's a concurring opinion. He did say, among other things, that the better approach, in my view, is to add, rather than kind of getting hung up on a person versus a thing, he said the better approach, in my view, is to ask not whether a chimpanzee fits the definition of a person or whether a chimpanzee has the same rights and duties as a human being, but instead whether he or she has the right to bodily liberty protected by habeas corpus. That question, one of precise moral and legal status, is the one that matters here. Moreover, the answer to that question will depend on our assessment of the intrinsic nature of chimpanzees as a species. He went on to say that the issue whether a non-human animal has a fundamental right to liberty protected by the writ of habeas corpus is profound and far-reaching. It speaks to our relationship with all the life around us. Ultimately, we will not be able to ignore it. And while it may be arguable that a chimpanzee is not a person, there is no doubt that it is not merely a thing. So for us, that was, you know, a real watershed moment. But even within it, we still are not entirely clear where the judge is going. In particular, the last sentence about, you know, it may be arguable that a chimpanzee is not a person, no doubt that he's not merely a thing. The reality is that, you know, right now in our system in New York, and really I would think throughout the majority, if not all of the United States, there is no third category. And I think oftentimes we think it's tempting to think about animals as a third category. And for some reason, there are welfare laws, right? There are protections of various kinds. There are endangered species laws. You know, while a chimpanzee and a TV are both property, it's pretty clear that, you know, the chimpanzee is not viewed in exactly the same way as the TV. But we still come back to this bedrock legal reality, at least in our system, again, particularly in the common law. You can be a person, and all that means is that you have the capacity for one or more rights. That's the way we describe it. We think that's the way to describe it. Or you can be a thing, which means you don't have the capacity for rights. And we kind of are always kind of having to push courts and remind courts that that's the issue that they're considering. They're not considering whether welfare laws or other existing laws in New York are sufficient. So quickly here to go back to Connecticut, this was the appellate court on I believe the second time that we sought appeal. We actually went through the process there twice and tried to get up to the highest court, and we were denied. And in 2019, they said there are profound implications for a court to conclude that an elephant or any non-human animal is entitled to assert a claim in a court of law. as there is a lack of authority for recognizing a non-human animal as a person for purposes of habeas corpus, which would upend this state's legal system. So, that we saw it as a signal that, these courts are not ready, if they still believe that, even allowing one animal to have a right, or a relatively small band of species to have rights, would upend the state's legal system. That was a sign to us that perhaps we need to, focus more attention on New York and perhaps a little bit less here, at least for the time being. And I think that has shown to pay off, particularly now with the ongoing case I mentioned of Happy at the Bronx Zoo. So she was the second time we were successful in getting a judge to issue the hearing. So we actually, in all the cases I mentioned before, the chimpanzee cases, except for Hercules and Leo, there was never a hearing. So we were always appealing from the denial to have an initial hearing. In this case, and we also had the issue of the successive petition, that we had tried before, and then run into like a social contract wall or whatever it was. But in Happy's case, this was the first time we sought a petition on her behalf, and we were granted the hearing. And in the Bronx trial court, after 3 days of hearings, the court gave us 13 hours to go over our evidence, and the other side was there, lawyers for the zoo, giving their take. And after hearing all of that, all of our scientific experts in particular, the Bronx Zoo, despite having plenty of people in their network, did not offer any scientific evidence against us, because we think they really can't, because this is the reaction of the judge to seeing our evidence. She said Happy is an extraordinary animal with complex cognitive abilities, an intelligent being with advanced analytic abilities akin to human beings. She is an intelligent, autonomous being who should be treated with respect and dignity, and who may be entitled to liberty. So Justice Tuitt, again, being at the trial court level, she felt herself, the word she used was regrettably bound by the previous appellate decisions in the chimpanzee cases, in particular the social contract appellate decision. But she was clearly very moved by the evidence, and frankly wanted, it appears, to rule in Happy's favor. And so again, we took Justice Tuitt's opinion up on appeal. We got back to the same court I mentioned, the first department that was not so nice to us last time. And this time, just earlier this year, they ruled the common law writ of habeas corpus does not lie on behalf of Happy, the elephant at issue in this proceeding. Then they go on to cite their own decision. Under Lavery, the writ of habeas corpus is limited to human beings. A judicial determination that species other than Homo sapiens are persons for some juridical purposes and therefore can have certain rights would lead to a labyrinth of questions that common law processes are ill-equipped to answer. As we said in Lavery, the decisions of whether and how to integrate other species into legal constructs designed for humans is a matter better suited to the legislative process. So this is another response that we've run into from time to time. What we come back with is, this is a common law habeas corpus petition, and it has never been the province of the legislature, even if they can regulate the procedure. The substance of habeas corpus is a matter of the common law. And we argue that the courts really have a duty to rule in the case. But again, I think somewhat understandable that because this issue is new, there is a real fear factor. And this is something that's amplified by the other side, lawyers for the zoo, or some outside amicus briefs. They make the argument that if you, slippery slope kind of argument, that if you grant even this one right to this one elephant, you're going to set in motion all these other things. That one amicus person came in and said that the dairy industry in New York would go under, which to us is absurd. These are clearly very analytically different things. We're talking about a captive wildlife species being held alone, on the basis of lots of scientific evidence, but yet these are the responses that we're beginning to get, which for us, again, we think, looking at history and how social change appears to happen, this is kind of normal. You're ignored and then you're laughed at, but then they begin to fight you. And I think we're now pretty solidly in that third stage. And I think particularly so now because the New York Court of Appeals now in May of this year, for the first time, selected one of our cases for review. So for us, this was a huge milestone. The court selects about 5% of the cases that come before it for review. Much like the U.S. Supreme Court, we're pretty picky. And this is the first time in history that an English-speaking high court will consider an appeal from a habeas corpus petition on behalf of a non-human being. I mentioned they're English-speaking because there are some very interesting examples I'll talk about briefly beginning to come up outside of the country, because while judges here, particularly in a state like Connecticut, are really not grasping, we think, the direction that the law is heading, we argue. Courts outside the US are, some of them quite enthusiastically embracing the idea, or beginning to embrace the idea, that legal rights and legal personhood can in fact extend beyond the human species, not just to include at least some non-human animals, but even parts of the environment. You already have, and have for years, instances of rivers and forests and other environmental features being declared legal persons, which is still being worked out. There's a lot of interesting debate about that, but I think for me is a very important and notable and worthwhile thing to continue. And I know that it's that's beginning to happen in parts of Florida as well. There's like a rights of rivers, I think outside of Orlando, if I'm not mistaken. So, this is a trend that's really, personhood and rights extending beyond humans is becoming quite a, legal trend in a lot of very interesting ways, which we, broadly speaking, support those efforts however we can. So some of these foreign rulings, just a couple, if you read some of our latest legal filings, you can read the latest. We include all the citations and everything. So one very interesting case last year in Pakistan that cited our case actually referred to Happy as an inmate of the Bronx Zoo. But this had to do with a petition to close down a zoo and send a number of animals to sanctuary, including an elephant named K-Van. Some of you might have seen in the press, his cause was taken up by Cher, and she kind of became his champion and was even with him when he was moved finally from the zoo in Pakistan to a sanctuary in Cambodia. So the judge said, do animals have legal rights? The answer to this question, without any hesitation, is in the affirmative. And then you had the first, and so far only, completely successful example of a non-human animal habeas case. You had the case of Sandra the orangutan, which also, Sandra lives in Florida. A lot of Florida connections in this, which is nice. Sandra lives in Florida at the Center for Great Apes, if I'm not getting my names mixed up. And however, while she was declared a person by a trial court in 2014 in Argentina, that determination was overturned on appeal. It's kind of complicated, but Cecilia, a couple years later, very similar habeas corpus petition filed on her behalf. And the judge said it is not she granted the petition and said it is not a question of granting them the rights that human beings possess, but to accept and understand once and for all these beings are living, sentient beings who are subject of rights and who possess, among others, the fundamental right to be born, to live, to grow, and to die according to their species. And just to kind of highlight the particular relevance of COVID-19 in all of this, I think obviously it's taught us all the lesson that captivity is no fun. And that's certainly true for elephants and for great apes and for, frankly, other species as well. But this I thought was really significant. The judge in that same case in Pakistan said the emergence of the dangerous infectious pandemic COVID-19 has had a profound impact on the human race and its way of life. The human race, despite its superior characteristics and qualities of cognition and intelligence, has become helpless before an invisible and lethal virus. It has threatened the very existence of the most superior form of life on this planet, humans, and has exposed its vulnerability. The arrogance of being superior to other living beings seems to have been forgotten in the face of the threat of an invisible and hitherto unknown enemy. Then he goes on to say, has nature forced the human race to go into captivity so as to make it realize its dependence for survival on other beings possessed with a similar gift, i.e. life? Is it an opportunity for humans to introspect and relate to the pain and distress suffered by other living beings, animal species, when they are subjugated and kept in captivity and denied the conditions and habitats created for their survival by the Creator, merely for momentary entertainment? This court has been called upon to recognize that animals have rights which ought to be respected, or rather, it is the duty of the human species to protect these rights for its own survival. The Margazar Zoo of the Federal Territory of Islamabad and the treatment of living beings being kept in captivity in its small and ill-equipped enclosures is the subject matter of one of the petitions. A prayer has been sought to direct the respondents to relocate K-Van, the elephant, to a sanctuary. So this was not a habeas case. It was actually brought on a mandamus. Being a common law country, for us, it actually makes it quite a bit easier for us to help out as these cases come up in other parts of the world, because a lot of the same principles, particularly habeas corpus or related ones, are being applied. We're also now working on a case or an amicus brief for this case in Ecuador. They're considering now, coming from a habeas petition brought for a monkey, the court kind of enlarged it to just not even consider the facts of that case, but they'll consider the broader question of what rights, if any, are possessed by non-human animals in the country, and whether the country's rights of nature constitutional provision creates rights for non-human animals. Ecuador was the first country in the world to add a provision like that to its constitution, and now the courts are trying to figure out in this context, what it might mean. And the Supreme Court of India, the highest court, in 2014 ruled that non-human animals possess certain statutory and constitutional rights. So there is a lot of activity in the courts. I want to just briefly talk about, because this is a trend that we're noticing, and we are a little, in some ways, concerned about it. And I won't have a lot of time to go into it, but we're writing an article about it. Basically, it comes down to the concern I talked about before. It almost seems to imagine this third category, which we think just leaves too many loopholes and openings for the same problems to persist. So basically, what you're seeing is a lot of jurisdictions pass laws declaring some or sometimes all animals sentient beings. And so, for one thing, it's not entirely clear to us how these differ from pre-existing cruelty and welfare laws. The UK and Spain passed versions of these in 2021, and it seems there could be some positive things attached to it. Bans on importing trophies and fur bans and various, perhaps bans on the retail sale of dogs and cats, for example. But the problem is that they don't, even sometimes very on the face of them, they don't purport to extend rights. And so our main concern is that it creates this feeling that enough has been done. We don't really need to worry about rights. They're sentient beings, they're not things, they're sentient beings. Well, we push back and say, well, if they're not things, then they're persons. You can't, unless we're going to reevaluate and change the way our laws, that's what we've got. It doesn't mean they're going to vote, doesn't mean they have to drive, doesn't mean they're going to, do necessarily all these other things. But we think for a right that is, science shows us, as for an elephant or chimpanzee, if you're an autonomous being, you have a sense of yourself, you have a desire in your own freedom. That's something we argue that the law should recognize. And so briefly, building off of that, we're planning later this year our first cases in California and Colorado. Again, very similar habeas corpus cases. And we're working with lawyers in Israel and India and Argentina, several other countries. Those are kind of the main ones, where we expect that lawyers in those countries will file the first habeas corpus petitions for non-human animals in those countries. And I mentioned the amicus brief that we're working on in Ecuador. And we're also working on legislative campaigns. We're finding that, particularly now with Happy's case getting up to the High Court in New York, that drives a lot of positive attention and interest. And we're finding that legislators are increasingly coming to us, even asking for assistance in crafting legislation that would, again, move beyond welfare and existing laws and actually begin to really enshrine this idea of rights for non-human animals into the law. And so that and the argument in Happy's case, which we expect will be a real important moment for all kinds of reasons, we expect will be scheduled in probably November, December of this year. Our briefs are due in a few weeks, and then we're working on replies and everything else. So that's mine. So I don't know if we have time if there are any questions or anything else, but
We do, hi Kevin. Yeah, we do have one question here in the chat that I'll read out to you. And I think that you answered it in your speech, but I'll read it to you again and see if you want to provide anything else on it. Rather than asking the judiciary to legislate, would it not be easier to get continued and increased support for animals, indeed this third category of which you refer, codified in the statute?
So it might be easier, but the problem is, from our perspective, what you get on the other side is no good. So it's one thing to have, you know, something like a sentient being law that's relatively easy to pass. Who's going to argue that animals have feelings? But what is the legal import of that? What tools are you given as a result of that? And I would just push back, you know, that we're not asking the judiciary to legislate. This is what the common law is. That's their duty. It's not legislating. They're building the common law. And so I understand that kind of line of questioning, but for us, we always come back to this is, and that's why the case was filed the way that it was, so that we wouldn't fall into this trap of it has to go to the legislature.
Okay. Let's see what else we have. Other questions, comment from Christina. Let's see. Just a moment.
And while you're doing that, Greg, this is Ralph. Let me add to what Kevin just said. As we learned in Florida, we tried for 10 years to get the Florida legislature to ban greyhound racing. It took a citizens initiative through the Constitution Revision Commission to get it on the ballot. So working with state legislatures is not always the answer for these big issues.
Great. Yeah, Christina's comment was, thank you for all your work on this, Kevin, and to everyone at NHRP. I would be very interested in hearing more about your legislative efforts, as ADI would likely support them. I can't remember if you provided contact information, but certainly when we circulate materials, we can do that as well.
Yes, please do.
Yeah. For the folks that are raising their hand, I'd ask for you, if you could, type those into the question and answer. Just we don't have the tech ability to unmute and mute folks that are raising their hands, but we got a question. Why are you not using the abuse theory more than the rights theory?
So I'm not entirely sure if I'm assuming that is referring to, say, animal welfare. The fact of the matter is, take Happy, for example. She's been held for 40 years, for the last 15 of which or so alone, on about an acre. Half of the year she spends inside a shed, which is just deplorable. The fact is that none of that violates state welfare law, federal law, anything. It just illustrates the problem. And for us, you know, those laws were created at a time when we knew virtually nothing about the cognition of other animals, specifically elephants, great apes, cetaceans, dolphins, whales. But now we do. And so part of what we're arguing, that the common law, as it has in the past, it has to do the job of synthesizing all the science, all the change in social mores, you know, the fact that society has changed and evolved on this issue and other issues. And that's all part of our argument as to why an individual like Happy should get the relief under habeas.
Very good. Kim Radcliffe. Hey, Kim. You mentioned an article regarding sentient beings. Is that on the web, on a website?
That's in process. So we're actually doing a full-length, you know, journal article, law review type article on that. But it should be, you know, kind of circulated sometime later this year, I hope. But we'll have some form of it up on our blog, I would think, in the coming months too.
Okay. And then the last one is one for us. We'll answer that. Thank you very much, Kevin. That was great. You're free to stick around. I'm going to change you from co-host, but
all right. Thank you.
I know how busy you are as well.
Thank you, Kevin. Good work.
Thanks. Good to see you.
All right. And make sure I've got. All right, moving right along. Our next speaker is, I have the pleasure of introducing Ralph DeMeo. He's a shareholder in the Tallahassee office of the national law firm of Baker Donelson. where he practices environmental, land use, and administrative and animal law. Ralph received his BA and MA with honors in English from Stetson University and his JD with honors from Florida State University College of Law. A teacher for over 45 years, a practicing attorney for over 35 years, Ralph is currently an adjunct professor of animal law at Florida State University College of Law, an adjunct professor of legal studies at Tallahassee Community College, and the author of over 35 articles and law journals and text. He's the chair emeritus of the animal law section and past chair of the environmental and land use law section, past executive council member of the administrative law section, and past editor of the Florida Bar Journal and News Editorial Board. Ralph is recognized in Martindale Hubbell, AV, Florida Super Lawyers, Chambers USA, America's Leading Business Lawyers, Who's Who Legal, and Best Lawyers in America. And I can tell you there's a lot more to his bio, but we'd be here all day if I went through everything that he's accomplished during his legal career. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to you, Ralph. And I do think that we have our special guest, Scott, if you can hear us.
Thank you, Greg. Scott, are you on with us?
I'm here.
Excellent. Well, I want to take a couple minutes out of my presentation to ask Scott Westheimer to say a few words. He's a candidate for Florida Bar President. And, you know, again, we could go on and on about Scott's achievements, but my personal favorite one is he was our Board of Governors liaison for many years, including during the critical period when we went from a committee to a section. He was extremely supportive, and I don't think we'd be here today as a section if it wasn't for Scott. So go ahead and say a few words, please, Scott.
Well, let me see if I can get his camera turned on.
Or you're just stuck with my picture, which may be better than the real thing. It may be better than what you actually get to see.
All right, try it now. There we go.
There you go.
And I just
Thanks, Ralph. I appreciate it. Thank you all for having me. Before I go into my stump speech, there is a special place in my heart, obviously, for the animal law section. It was a labor of love. The section came through as a committee, came to us on the program evaluation committee a few times, and it's amazing what's happened in 8 years since I first got on the board, from just an idea to petitions being signed to a committee to finally a section, and then I was the first liaison, which I'm still proud about today. And then to see what's happened with the section, from its lobbying efforts, from how many articles you get in the Florida Bar Journal, to Matt Dietz's cool swag and your social media between Ralph and Gregg. So just very proud of everything you've done. And it's really a pleasure to be here. My name is Scott Westheimer. I'm the Board of Governors member from the 12th Circuit. I've been on the board 8 years. I'm a trial lawyer and commercial litigator from Sarasota, and I am running for president-elect of the Florida Bar. So again, I want to thank everybody on the animal law section for their hard work this year. It's definitely unprecedented times, and the bar appreciates everybody's efforts, especially during this last year and a half. I've been a Florida lawyer for 25 years. I'm from a small circuit, managing partner of the same 9-person firm I clerked with in law school. Have a family with 2 small children, including a baby born during the pandemic. So I definitely understand the pressures and stresses we've been under the last year. I understand that our work-life balance is not the way it was. It's been blurred, if not obliterated, by the pandemic. And these are transformational times. We see the light at the end of the tunnel, but I don't think the practice of law is going to be the same. And we need to be here for each other more now than ever. And also the bar needs to be there for its members. So during this time, I think we need an experienced, innovative, and collaborative leader with a track record of being a visionary on the board. On the board, I think it's telling the last 4 years, the presidents have entrusted me with the most important committees. I've been communications chair twice, disciplinary review committee chair, program evaluation committee chair. I've received 2 President's Award of Merit, one from Bill Shafino and one from Michelle Suskauer. I've been on exec the last 5 years. But my real focus has been, other than the animal law section, my focus has been on what tools and resources can we give our members? What can we do to give you things to help you with your daily practice, with the business of law, or with your health and wellness? So just some of the projects I've worked on with collaborative teams are rebuild of the bar website, the public portion. So that's the homepage, the Find a Lawyer. Was not very easy to use a few years ago. We rebuilt it to make it easier to navigate. Committees and sections could find their pages easier. We made it so it was the central hub of our communications. So now, from hurricanes all the way to COVID, If you need information on court closures, administrative orders, it will be there. I also spearheaded and led the team to create legalfuel.com, which is one of my bar projects. It is a resource. If you haven't used it, please use it. Practice management, technology resources for free. Small and solo law firms are 70% of our bar. There's tools there to help them with their day-to-day practice, with technology. We never expected the pandemic, but there's technology there to really help everybody out. And there's also an IT tech helpline we have in a beta project we think is more critical now than ever to help our members with IT services. So I know I'm cutting into Ralph's time, so I appreciate it. My bio and platform are electwestheimer.com. You can see my over 500 endorsements. You can see what my plans are for the bar, and you can see who's endorsed me. So Ralph, thank you for giving me a few minutes of your time. I know your speech is going to be more important than mine. So thank you everybody for having me here. I really appreciate it.
No, thank you, Scott. It's not easy to ask a lawyer to give up their time, but I was very happy to do it for you, and we do appreciate everything you've done for us, and I know what you will do for us in the future.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well, Gregg, if you want to go ahead and load and control my presentation, bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
If I try to control it, I will initiate global thermonuclear war. So Gregg.
All right.
Take care, Scott.
Thank you very much.
Mhm. There we go.
Does that look?
Yes. I was pleased that Kevin, in his excellent presentation, started with a reference to environmental law. One of the things that I hope to demonstrate in my presentation is that you really cannot disconnect animal law from environmental law or vice versa. That's been very well demonstrated. So next slide, please, sir. One of the things that I have learned over the many years of practicing environmental law and more recently animal law is that there's really no way that you can talk about one without talking about the other, because the impact of the environment on all life, including animal life, is obvious. I like this quote from Professor Favre: "The environmental movement in the United States has specific origins in the late 1960s and early 1970s with Silent Spring." I can tell you, when I read Silent Spring in high school, it inspired me to want to become an environmental lawyer. The country at the time was galvanized by information showing high risk to harm to humans and to the environment generally. Human health was the driving force for the political power. Then the Endangered Species Act and Marine Mammal Protection Act, which more directly impacted wildlife, were in a secondary way following the Clean Water Act and Clean Air Act. Next. Continuing with the professor's comments, the animal law movement began a century before with the adoption of a New York anti-cruelty law in 1867. He also was the founder of the ASPCA, which I'm sure we're all familiar with. Interesting, though, the impetus was not grounded in a threat to humans, but instead derived from his belief in a Christian duty to animals. This set of legal protections was a state-focused activity, as animals are not property, and property is under the control of state law, not federal law. The first real version was the Animal Welfare Act in 1967, so it took almost 100 years before any meaningful animal laws were passed. While the animal welfare movement is much older, it has not attained significant political power or visibility at the national level, but as you will hear, that is changing. Okay, next slide, please. Again, going back to Rachel Carson in 1962, and this was at a time that people didn't understand the connection between human impacts on the environment and the adverse impacts on life, particularly wildlife. Hard to believe that, but as relatively recently in human time as 1962, that was not fully appreciated. Silent Spring was a wake-up call to acknowledge the Earth's fragile ecosystems and the threats they face from human activities. Carson's book dramatically and disturbingly recognized the interdependency among all life in the environment. Her message regarding the challenges that all life on Earth faces is sadly even truer today. In many ways, the same can be said for the challenges facing animal law. And this comes from a chapter that I had the pleasure of co-drafting with Bonnie Malloy, who's an Earth Justice attorney here in Florida and a former DEP attorney, on the politics of animal law. And it's part of the textbook that Gregg mentioned earlier, What Can Animal Law Learn from Environmental Law, which was put together by Professor Abate, who's one of our leaders in the environmental and animal law movement. He was a FAMU and FSU professor of law, and now he's at Monmouth University in New Jersey, so I appreciate his work. Next, Gregg. And again, back from Silent Spring, the history of life on Earth has been a history of interaction between living things and their surroundings. To a large extent, the physical form and the habits of the Earth's vegetation and its animal life have been molded by the environment. Considering the whole span of earthly time, the opposite effect in which life actually modifies its surroundings has been relatively slight. Only within the moment of time represented by the present century has one species, man, acquired significant power to alter the nature of his world. Very, very important premise there, even more so today. Gregg, next. During the past quarter century, this power has not only increased to one of disturbing magnitude, but it has changed in character. The most alarming of all man's assaults upon the environment is the contamination of air, earth, rivers, and sea with dangerous and even lethal materials. This pollution is for the most part irrecoverable. The chain of evil it initiates, not only in the world that must support life, but in its living tissues, is for the most part irreversible. She said this. In this now universal contamination of the environment, chemicals are the sinister and little recognized partners of radiation in changing the very nature of the world, the very nature of its life. Next. Okay, well, I'm going to talk about the significant environmental laws very quickly. I would refer you to the slide presentation for the particulars. Then I'm going to talk about very quickly the most significant animal laws, and then I'm going to move into the real gravamen of this presentation. Before I do that, though, I want to pick up on something that Gregg said during his excellent presentation. We at the animal law section are very proud to have been a key participant in the efforts to outlaw greyhound racing in Florida, which as of earlier this year is now 100% over. And it's going to be the death knell for the industry nationally, because we had 2/3 of the active tracks in Florida alone. And I'm happy to tell you that virtually every one of the dogs, hundreds and hundreds of them that were in the cruel and inhumane hands of the tracks have been placed into humane homes and are well on their way towards rehabilitation. But our primary contribution was the statement from the Florida Constitution that Gregg read, that it is now a fundamental value of the state of Florida to protect animal welfare. Well, interestingly enough, that goes a tad bit even further than a constitutional provision, Section 7 of Article, Section 7 of the Florida Constitution, Article 1, that relates to natural resources that a lot of people, including, it always surprises me, environmental lawyers don't know about. It shall be the policy of the state to conserve and protect its natural resources and scenic beauty. Adequate protection shall be made by law for the abatement of air and water pollution and of excessive and unnecessary noise, and for the conservation and protection of natural resources. So Florida, it might surprise many of you to see, is actually got a very strong commitment rooted in its Florida Constitution to both the environment and to animals. And as I said, arguably it goes even further with respect to identifying animal welfare as a fundamental value. The Greyhound breeders fought vehemently against that characterization. The Supreme Court rejected their arguments, adopted ours, and it's now in the Constitution in the form of the amendment that was passed by 70% of the voters. Again, I'm going to very quickly touch upon sort of the history of these environmental laws. The first one really of any consequence was the Clean Air Act. In response to deteriorating air quality in our major cities and increased scientific awareness of the effects of inhalation of toxic chemicals on human health, and I would add on all animal health, human and non-human, the Clean Air Act was enacted in 1963. The CAA's purpose is to curb air pollution because it is a threat to human health. It sets limits and restrictions on the amount of air pollution that may be emitted from a certain area or industry, and it has been adapted as technology modernizes. Next, please. As awareness increased regarding the comprehensive nature of pollution impacts associated with large-scale federal agency projects, NEPA was enacted in 1969. It has four purposes: to declare a national policy which will encourage productive and enjoyable harmony between man and his environment, to promote efforts which will prevent or eliminate damage to the environment and biosphere and stimulate the health and welfare of man, to enrich the understanding of the ecological systems and natural resources important to the nation, and to establish a council on environmental quality. Next. As society became more aware of the effects to water bodies associated with pollution from factories and other point sources, the Clean Water Act was enacted in 1972. Its purpose was to eliminate pollution discharge into navigable water, establish goals for water quality, prohibit toxic discharges, provide federal payments for municipal waste treatment centers and waste management programs, and create funds for research on the elimination of discharges. Next, please. And again, very quickly, these are just some of the other significant federal environmental laws: Toxic Substances Controlled Act, Endangered Species Act, more of that in a minute, the RCRA, CERCLA, and the Oil Pollution Act. Again, all of which originally, other than the Endangered Species Act, had their focus on human health, but we've since learned that you can't separate the impacts from human health from that on animal health, non-human animal health. Next, please. Okay, now I'm going to talk about some of the most significant animal laws. The Lacey Act was enacted in 1900 and was the first federal law to protect wildlife. The act seeks to restore game and bird species facing extinction. It regulates the import of any species protected by international or domestic law and prevents the spread of invasive or non-native species. Under this act, it is unlawful to import, export, sell, acquire, or purchase fish, wildlife, or plants that are taken in violation of U.S., state, or foreign law. Today, the act is the main weapon to combat illegal wildlife trafficking. It was most recently amended to prohibit big cats such as lions, tigers, leopards, jaguars, cheetahs, and cougars from being moved across state lines or U.S. borders unless the owner is exempt. So again, it's still a very viable and vital act. In 1956, Congress established the Fish and Wildlife Act, dealing with fish, shellfish, wildlife, and resource policy. It directed a program of continuing research, extinction, and information services on fish and wildlife matters. Although it primarily focuses on the commercial fishing industry, it also seeks to increase public opportunities or recreational use of fish and wildlife resources. Next, please. Then the all-important ESA in 1973 protects wildlife by providing for the conservation of endangered and threatened plants, fish, and wildlife and their habitats. And then the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna in Florida, referred to as CITES, is a multilateral treaty that controls international trade in specimens of wild animals and plants, so their survival is not threatened. CITES establishes a licensing system and affords varying levels of protection for the covered species based on the level of threat. Next, please. Again, just quickly identifying some of these other laws. The Migratory Bird Treaty Act was created to protect migratory birds by making it unlawful to pursue, hunt, take, capture, kill, or sell any of the listed birds alive or dead. It was specifically amended to implement treaties with Canada, Mexico, Japan, and Russia. And you can see, as Kevin alluded to, we're getting more and more specific now as we protect animals, in particular wildlife. The Bald Eagle Protection Act prohibits taking, possession, and commerce of bald or golden eagles and their parts, nests, or eggs without a permit. And the Whaling Convention Act regulates and restricts the shipping, purchasing, or selling of any whale or whale products in order to help protect the world whale stock while developing the whaling industry. Next. Couple more significant laws. Fur Seal Act prohibits the taking, importation, or possession of wild fur seals and sea otters, except certain native practices. The Marine Mammal Protection Act, we've already mentioned, but it prohibits the taking of marine mammals and establishes a moratorium on the import, export, and sale of any marine mammal or part or product. The Wild Horse Anti-Act outlawed the use of motorized vehicles and the poisoning of water holes to kill wild horses. Yes, that was a practice. Astonishingly, this law outlaws it. Next, please. Okay, one of my favorites as a horse owner and lover, I'm pleased to say I've rescued and rehabilitated 6 horses from racetracks in Florida. The Wild and Free Roaming Horses and Burros Act from 1971 protects wild horses and burros on federal land and regulates their management and adoption. The act was created to end the brutal roundup procedures and to obstruct slaughterhouses from adopting wild horses and burros. Some of these practices are still undertaken, and it's something that we constantly have to fight. In 1988 and 1998, the African elephant, rhinoceros, and tiger received protection from conservation acts that establishes a moratorium on the import of African elephant ivory into the US. Next. Okay, this is an important one too. You heard from Gregg that unfortunately experimentation on animals still goes on. 1938, the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act required that all animal foods be safe and no harmful substances produced under sanitary conditions and labeled, and it focuses on pet canned foods. Then there was a Humane Methods of Slaughter Act, which was established to reduce the suffering of animals intended for enduring slaughter. I'm going to go ahead and tell you, neither one of these laws or any other federal laws go far enough to protect animals and keep them from unnecessary suffering or death. Again, it's a fight we continue to have. Next, please. Okay, the Animal Welfare Act, which is arguably the most significant broad act for domestic animals, was passed in 1966. It establishes minimum standards, and I emphasize the word minimum, for transport, sale, and handling of live or dead dogs, cats, guinea pigs, non-human primates, hamsters, and rabbits intended for research. The AWA has been amended several times to address pet theft and animal fighting. In 1996, it prohibited animal shelters from selling pets for a period of 5 days to any random source organization to reduce pet theft for use in scientific testing or other illegal purposes. Again, sadly, despite this law, abuses continue. Next. And then just very quickly, some more of the important laws that relate to specific species: Wild Exotic Bird Conservation Act, Horse Protection Act, Dog and Cat Fur Protection Act. Next. Pet Evacuation and Transportation Act relating to disasters, which Gregg mentioned, the Animal Crush Video Prohibition Act. Astonishing that we needed something like this, but we did, so it prohibits the creation, selling, marketing, and distribution of obscene animal torture videos. Next. Again, another excellent recent law, Chimpanzee Health Improvement, Maintenance, and Protection Act, the Great Ape Conservation Act, the Captive Primate Safety Act, all of which attempt to control inappropriate marketing and sale of these primates. Next, please. Okay, I'm just going to mention very quickly, the focus has been on federal laws. When it comes to wildlife, that's where you see most of the action. But there are local laws and state laws that attempt to address some of these practices, particularly in the area of environmental protection. They differ from state to state. As you heard Gregg mention, Florida actually has some fairly robust state laws to protect animal welfare, including domestic animals. The environmental statutes and regulations also exist to prohibit activities which cause pollution or interfere with wildlife habitat. They take many different forms, and they typically provide civil and criminal penalties. We're constantly working to try to strengthen these laws, but at least we have some decent ones in Florida, unlike some states. Next slide, please. Okay, local ordinances and resolutions also exist addressing inhumane, non-criminal conduct as well. They focus on animal neglect, abuse, and other inhumane practices. More recently, there's been local governments passing laws in Florida and other states prohibiting the sale of cats and dogs at pet shops or by cat and dog mills. Also, there are local laws prohibiting dog fighting, hoarding, and other inhumane activities. In Tallahassee, we're very proud that we created an animal violator registry, similar to child abuse and sexual offender registries. These laws prevent anyone who makes it onto the registry from adopting pets in the communities covered by the laws from the animal shelters. Next. Okay, so let me focus in the next few minutes on what does this all mean? What is the actual interface? Let me say that even though it's been some 58 years since Rachel Carson warned us about the effects of pesticides, ideological battles still wage over climate change, things like hydraulic fracturing, coal mining and combustion, factory farm waste, spent nuclear fuel storage, and other controversial issues affecting the environment and all life. In much the same way, animal law, which is perhaps at a stage of development where environmental law was 40 years ago or so. It's changing, it's rapidly catching up, but it faces challenges in achieving legal and political legitimacy. Animal welfare advocates struggle to promote their agendas in the face of often fierce opposition from hunters, agricultural interests, food manufacturers, pharmaceutical companies, gun owners, factory farmers, and government agencies. The battle that environmentalists and animal welfare advocates have faced reflects society's deep divisions on these issues. Next. The challenges of animal law mirror those of environmental law. The environmental law movement struggles and continues to struggle, although at a lesser degree, to achieve legitimacy through society, government, and the judiciary, which is necessary to effect change. Without legitimacy, issues do not receive wide public support or priority for funding and political attention. And if I may briefly, not making a political statement here, but we saw during the previous presidential administration how significant this is, that many of the advancements in environmental law and many of the commitments to climate change were abandoned and even reversed. We're now starting to see under the current administration this coming back. The most significant symbolic, if not actual practical development was re-upping the United States participation in the Paris Climate Accord. The animal law movement faces the same legitimacy challenge to an even greater extent. The animal law movement can increase its legitimacy by learning from the environmental movement. And the environmental law experience provides two main lessons to help animal law progress. These are not complex, they're really quite simple. Number one, connect the issue to mainstream society's concerns. In my experience as an animal advocate, an animal lawyer, participating in the prosecution of civil violations, for animal cruelty, helping draft animal codes, advising locals about how to best protect animals legally. It's really about the second point, and that is educating the public. I teach a course in humane education for the city of Tallahassee. We have a very unique, first in the state, responsible pet ownership class that works very much like what you see with traffic violations. If anybody gets cited by local animal control for a violation, a civil violation of the animal code, they can pay a pretty steep penalty, hundreds of dollars, or they can check a box, much like traffic school, and take a class. We offer it about 4 times a year. If they pass the class, then their citation is expunged and they pay a much, much smaller fee. I have found that 90% of the violations are just based on ignorance of what is best for animals. Simple things like leaving them in hot cars, not providing proper shelter, not providing proper hydration, things that they can learn to change. So again, connecting the issue of animal welfare to significant concerns, much as we did during the environmental laws early years, and then educating on the public on awareness. Next. Okay, well, the environmental law movement succeeded by showing how the issues directly impacted individuals and by imparting that knowledge to the general public. Unlike more visible environmental issues, many of the problems associated with animal welfare hide in the home or on the farm beyond the reach of public scrutiny. Animal welfare directly affects the majority of society, and these impacts should be emphasized and communicated to the public. Animal welfare impacts society, much like environmental law, by affecting food safety, sustainability, or food sources and in ecosystems, human health, and even climate change. And frankly, climate change is perhaps the best example of where animal welfare and the environment intersect. If the international community does not act decisively to address global climate change, human and animal alike will suffer and face the possibility of extinction. Again, not to sound political here, but our previous administration in Tallahassee would not even allow their environmental agency lawyers or staff to refer to climate change or global warming. I'm happy to say the new administration in Tallahassee actually has a climate change czar and has taken the concerns more seriously and has actually dedicated significant dollars in the budget to trying to address climate change. I guess in conclusion, in animal law as in environmental law, raising public awareness of animal welfare issues is essential. Okay, next. Couple more points of what we've learned in the animal law movement. Issues brought to the public's attention were championed by grassroots organizations, often as a result of the efforts of individuals. The environmental movement educated society on how issues affected them with studies, statistics, and examples. By educating society on its stake in animal welfare, pressure will be increased on political leaders to enact and enforce effective humane laws. Although animal rights have made progress in recent years, there continues to be, as Kevin spoke about, a widespread belief that animals are really still here for human use and enjoyment. And that, like the air, water, and soils, and that humankind is the master of this domain. Again, I think it's probably fair to say that that's a commonly held belief. What I would like to talk about, and what all of us are lately talking about in the animal law movement, is what needs to be emphasized is that humankind is also the steward of animal life and the environment. Next. Animal life, human life, and the environment are inextricably intertwined, and the welfare of animals and humans is connected to the welfare of the environment in which they both live. Rachel Carson delivered a cautionary message more than 50 years ago regarding the effect of uncontrolled human activities on living organisms and the environment. Today, we continue to struggle to understand and overcome the adverse environmental impacts. Animal law can learn from these struggles to improve the quality of all life. Only through serious science-based dialogue and decisive action can Earth and all its life recover, survive, and prosper. Next. And that's a photo of the text that I was referring to. It's an excellent book that Professor Abate assembled from some of the leading experts on environmental and animal law, not just in the country, but in the world. And as I said, we use it as a textbook at my animal law class at FSU, and I highly recommend it to you. Last slide. And that's Gregg and I going over the agenda for this program. Well, I'd like to take a minute right now to introduce Joanna Walzak. Joanna, are you on?
I am good. Officially afternoon.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misspoke. Gregg, can you do the introduction, please, real quick? I'm having trouble with my screen all of a sudden.
Sure. Let me have Jan. I think the only way that I can do this is make you a co-host. Do you have a video that you can share, or?
It is. Oh, there we go.
It came
Yeah,
back.
a little closer.
Thank you, Joanna. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. My screen hiccuped. Joanna is the administrator of the Coral Protection and Restoration Program in the Office of Resilience and Coastal Protection for the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. I've asked her to take just a couple minutes because we're going to hold a webinar. Probably, there she is. Okay, now it's working. A webinar in August of this year on Joanna's activities and the department's excellent efforts to deal with issues associated with coral protection and restoration. So I just asked her to just take a couple minutes to talk briefly about what she does and the program coming up in August. Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for the ability just to kind of pitch this webinar with y'all today. I was able to listen into some of your earlier webinar, and I am really grateful to all of you for having these conversations. I am a marine biologist, a coral reef biologist by training, but I've moved into more of a policy and administration role. And I think I have a really interesting approach ahead of me that I would very much value input from this community on. And that is ultimately looking how we as the state collectively, both the department as well as the FWC and all of the different players involved in state authorities and national authorities related to coral reefs, how we can better protect this national treasure that we have. So just a quick pitch that for those of you who don't know, we have a unique coral reef ecosystem offshore. It runs 350 miles from the St. Lucie Inlet in Martin County all the way down to the Dry Tortugas. Most folks think about the Keys as where the coral reefs are, but that is not where it ends. And in fact, it is one of the only places in the world that we have such a sensitive ecosystem next to such a dense population. That unfortunately makes it a very big challenge to manage such an ecosystem because of all the different ways we use it and all of the different pressures and stressors associated both globally and locally. Many of you have heard about coral reefs in general, like they're the quintessential rainforest of the sea, but what we've started to better understand and quantify is the economic contribution of these reefs to our coastal communities, especially here in the Southeast. And for those of you who don't know, in terms of coastal resilience, they're quite literally, our reefs are the first line of defense. They protect our shorelines against storm waves and flooding. And in fact, the healthier a coral reef is, the more it provides those benefits. And so the US Geological Survey just did a full detailed valuation of what that is. And our reefs, specifically here in Southeast Florida, provide over $655 million in annual protection to our coastal communities. And during a severe storm event, that goes over 1 billion. Now add that to the $6 billion annual tourism economy, as well as the fact that it is the habitat that is most linked to the habitat needed for our commercial and recreational fishing industries, which is itself a multi-billion-dollar industry. And then on top of that, all of the medical exploration that we have happening on reef organisms, that we have drugs on the market right now that are known from coral reef organisms used for anti-inflammation all the way to cancer. So we have this backyard treasure that most people don't even know is there. And so ultimately, looking forward, we have to understand what is happening. And globally speaking, coral reefs are under threat. And as global climate change continues to increase, as well as ocean acidification, that is being coupled with all of the local stressors that are happening, the land-based sources of pollution, the fishing and diving impacts, the coastal construction, the loss of habitat, things like that. And so the department is looking across, this is one of those kind of cross-cutting issues where we're looking across all of the different things that we do as the department to understand how we can either tweak the existing internal policies that we have, or look at the authorities that we have and see if they can better fit for a coral reef environment, or if there's just some things that are missing. And what we've ultimately found out is that there is a serious gap in Florida and national law when it comes to coral reefs. Most of our authorities, including species management, place-based management, coastal construction, as well as even water quality standards, were not really designed with unique ecosystems like coral reefs in mind. And so part of my new job as the contact for the state, so I'm the governor's point of contact for all coral reef issues. And I have a new program that is focusing specifically on kind of starting this process of identifying how we collectively can be bettering our coral protection authorities. So I look forward to presenting to you at least kind of the history of where we've been and where we hope to go in a webinar this August.
Thank you, Joanna. And another perfect example of the interface between environmental law and animal law. And so I'm looking forward to that. Everyone should just pay attention to the usual postings and social media and on the bar's websites for the announcement for that webinar sometime in August. Thank you very much. Gregg, I'll turn it back to you.
Thanks.
All right. And before we go, I think we're right at the break for lunch. Let me see if there's any questions for you, Ralph. Okay, yeah, I don't see any right now, but
I answered a couple of them already online.
okay. I guess we're on break now. We'll be back. Let me double check. Thank you very much, everyone, and welcome back from lunch. Good to have you all here. Our next speaker is Mara Levy. Mara is an attorney advisor with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, otherwise known as NOAA, Office of General Counsel, Southeast Section, which is located in St. Petersburg, Florida. She has been with the Office of General Counsel for over 10 years and is responsible for providing legal advice to the National Marine Fisheries Service on the requirements of the Magnuson-Stevenson's Fishery Conservation and Management Act, the Endangered Species Act, the National Environmental Policy Act, and other substantive and procedural statutes applicable to federal agencies. Prior to joining NOAA, Ms. Levy clerked for Justice Barbara Perriente at the Florida Supreme Court and worked with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, as well as in private practice. She received her law degree from Florida State University and a Bachelor of Science degree in environmental biology from McGill University in Montreal, Canada. We're very excited to have you, Mara. Without further ado, I will turn it over to you and take it over.
All right. Thanks, Greg. I'm very happy to be here. I'll just introduce myself a little bit, and then I'm going to turn my camera off because I have two competing screens, and so it'll be easier if I don't have to focus on both of them. I just wanted to say, yes, I do work for the NOAA Office of General Counsel in the St. Pete office, but to make clear that I am speaking in my personal capacity here, so I'm not speaking on behalf of the agency. But obviously I have experience with federal laws that manage marine resources and animals, and that's what I'm going to share with you today. So the first thing I wanted to talk about is just go over the three primary federal laws that govern management and protection of marine animals, and talk a little bit about them individually and how they interact, and then talk about some examples of specific examples of how we have to deal with competing interests and priorities when we manage and protect these animals.
Sorry to jump in, Mara, but we can still see that your camera's still.
Oh, is that good?
Yep, there you go.
Can you see my screen that I'm? Okay.
You can see your screen.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, you could look at the side of my face, but that's probably not what you want to be seeing. So the first law is the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act. And that is going to apply to all, quote, fish found in the exclusive economic zone. I'll talk a little bit more about what fish are under the Magnuson Act in a minute. The exclusive economic zone is from the state water boundary out to 200 nautical miles, or a boundary with another country if there's an international boundary there. Most state water boundaries are 3 miles from shore, but there are some exceptions. Florida has one of those exceptions. So the state water boundary for Florida on the Atlantic side is 3 miles, but on the Gulf side is 9 miles. In the Gulf in particular, Texas also has a 9-mile boundary. The second law, oh, I'm on the wrong thing, that's right. Okay, is the Endangered Species Act. And that's going to apply to all listed animals and plants in danger of extinction. And you can have two different types of listings. You can have an endangered status, which would be species that are in danger of extinction throughout all or a significant portion of their range. And then the threatened species are those that are likely to become endangered in the foreseeable future. So it's just a timing difference between endangered and threatened species in terms of their extinction danger. And the third law is the Marine Mammal Protection Act, and that applies to all marine mammals. So there's no listing requirement. There's no special designation. If you are a marine mammal, you have the protection of the Marine Mammal Protection Act. And they all interact together, and I'll be talking a little bit more about that, but none of them are applied in a vacuum. You can have endangered species that are also marine mammals. You can have endangered species that are managed under the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act. You can have the Magnuson Act in particular has to take all other laws into account, which I'll get into. So they all interact and they interplay with each other. And you have to balance, or they all require some sort of balancing between them because they all have different objectives and priorities. So a little bit about the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act, or MSA. This act governs marine fisheries in U.S. federal waters, like I said, out to 200 nautical miles from the state boundary, and established 8 fishery management councils responsible for fisheries that require conservation and management in their region. They're by region. So for example, in our area, we have a Gulf of Mexico Fishery Management Council. We have a South Atlantic Fishery Management Council, and they're managing the fisheries and the fish in their particular areas of jurisdiction, the waters that associate with their jurisdiction. Florida, on these fishery management councils are representatives from states, there's a federal government representative, and then there are a number of different stakeholder representatives. People who fish, environmental NGOs, scientists sit on these councils. Because Florida has jurisdiction in both the South Atlantic and the Gulf, Florida representatives sit on both the South Atlantic and the Gulf councils. So they're involved, on both sides in terms of their jurisdiction and their waters. Okay. Management under this act is guided by 10 national standards that has the primary objective of achieving optimum yield while preventing overfishing and rebuilding overfished stocks. So it's about getting the optimum yield from each fishery, but you also have a conservation goal because you want to prevent overfishing and you want to rebuild those stocks that are overfished. Overfishing essentially means you're taking out too much. And overfished means that the population is not big enough. So you want to ensure that you have a sustainable stock from which you can harvest. And I will say that the Magnuson Act is administered by the National Marine Fisheries Service. And the other acts that we're going to talk about, both the ESA and the MMPA, are administered by the National Marine Fisheries Service and also the Fish and Wildlife Service. They have joint jurisdictions in those under those acts. So like I said, the Magnuson Act is going to apply to all fish in federal waters. Fish under the Magnuson Act is defined very broadly. So I'm going to give you some examples of what a fish is. A fish is what we would normally think of as a fin fish. That's what most people think of when they think of fish. A fish can also be a crustacean, like a shrimp. A fish could be a coral. A fish could also be something like sargassum or seaweed. And a fish could be something like a turtle. So the actual definition in the Act says that a fish is a fin fish, mollusks, crustaceans, and all other forms of marine animal and plant life other than marine mammals and birds. So anything you can find in the marine environment that's not a marine mammal or a bird could, quote, be a fish under the Magnuson Act. And generally, the councils don't manage we don't manage turtles under the Magnuson Act per se. You have to comply with other things because they're protected. But the South Atlantic Council, for example, does have a management plan for sargassum, which is a type of seaweed. So there is the opportunity to manage sargassum to the extent you think it's a valuable habitat, and harvest limitations should be imposed. So under the Magnuson Act, like I said, it's guided by 10 national standards. So there's a number of different considerations that need to be made when you're managing fish under the Magnuson Act. A few examples are equitable allocation of fishing privileges, minimizing costs and avoiding duplication, minimizing adverse economic impacts on fishing communities, minimizing bycatch and bycatch mortality, and promoting safety at sea. And all the little ones that have asterisks next to them are like that because they have language in the law that says that you're to do this to the extent practicable. And what the to the extent practical language does is basically requires a weighing, right? So there's a lot of discretion in how you address these things. And as long as you can show that you're doing it to the extent practicable, it's acceptable. But because there are so many different standards that you're supposed to be looking at when you're managing, this allows the flexibility necessary to balance and weigh all those different standards. The Magnuson Act also has a requirement that any actions that are taken under it, so these councils develop fishery management plans and they amend those plans, and the National Marine Fisheries Service publishes regulations that implement the plans. All of those actions have to be consistent with all other applicable law. And that means substantive law, like the Endangered Species Act or the MMPA. It means procedural law, like the Administrative Procedure Act or NEPA. So there are a lot of different laws that you need to look at and make sure that the action is consistent with. This slide is just, I put this here just as an example so you can see how many different stocks and stock complexes are managed under the Magnuson Act. This is from the National Marine Fisheries Service or NOAA Fisheries website. So it just shows you that they manage 460 stocks and stock complexes, and how many of those they know the status of for fishing and overfishing, and how many that is compared to the total in terms of percentages and such. So there are a lot of fish species or stocks that are managed under the Magnuson Act. So next, I want to talk a little bit about the Endangered Species Act. This act provides a process for identifying threatened and endangered species, provides broad protection of endangered species, including a prohibition on take, and allows for broad protection of threatened species. So in terms of the process for identifying threatened and endangered species, the law lays out 5 factors that the agency needs to consider in determining whether a species should be listed as endangered or threatened. Some of them are the present or threatened destruction, modification of its habitat, whether there's overutilization in commercial, recreational, or scientific purposes, disease, predation, inadequacy of existing regulatory mechanisms, and just generally other natural or man-made factors affecting its continued existence. So there is a particular list that you have to look at in deciding whether a species should be listed. And then take is a very broad prohibition. Under the ESA, take is defined as to harass, harm, pursue, hunt, shoot, wound, kill, trap, capture, or collect, or to attempt to engage in any of those activities. So if you have a listed species and you're doing any of those things or attempting to do them, you could potentially be in violation of the Endangered Species Act. And then it allows for broad protection of threatened species. So the take prohibitions, the prohibitions on take, apply automatically to endangered species, but agencies have some discretion as to whether to apply those same prohibitions to threatened species. And NOAA Fisheries or NMFS has jurisdiction over 165 endangered and threatened marine species, to give you an idea of the number of species that are under the agency's purview. And as a general matter, like I said, that the ESA is administered by NMFS and the Fish and Wildlife Service, and NMFS is responsible for most endangered and threatened marine species. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has some jurisdiction over these species, like they would be responsible for sea otters, manatees, polar bears, but they have more limited jurisdiction. And the agencies share jurisdiction over species like turtles. So they have divided jurisdiction over sea turtle species, with the Fish and Wildlife Service primarily looking at things on land, like when they're nesting, and the Fisheries Service looking at things that when they're in the water. So the Endangered Species Act also requires designation of critical habitat unless that designation is not prudent. And critical habitat is just the specific areas that are in the geographical area that's occupied by the species that are essential to its conservation and require special management considerations and protections. And the regulations essentially outline when it might be appropriate to make a not prudent determination. But there is a process in the regulations for that. And the other thing that I wanted to highlight that the Endangered Species Act does is it requires federal agencies to ensure that their actions do not jeopardize the continued existence of any listed species or destroy or adversely modify critical habitat. And agencies do that. So agencies that want to take an action that may affect a listed species or critical habitat, like the Army Corps doing some dredging, in order to make sure they're not jeopardizing, they would consult with the consulting agency, which would either be the Fisheries Service or the Fish and Wildlife Service, depending on what they're doing. But for most marine species, they'd be consulting with the Fisheries Service. So then the question becomes, or one question, given our discussion about priorities and competing interests, species listing and designation of critical habitat is balancing allowed or required. So if the agency is looking at listing a species or looking at designating critical habitat, what are they supposed to be looking at? So for a listing determination, the answer is no. Under the ESA, listing determinations have to be based solely on the best scientific and commercial data available. So you're not looking at anything else. You're not looking at the economic impacts of listing that species. You're only looking at the scientific and commercial data and the 5 listing factors to determine whether they are required to be listed. And that photo is of a small 2 sawfish, which is found around Florida. With respect to critical habitat, the answer to that question is yes. Under the ESA, the agency designates critical habitat, again, on the basis of the best scientific and commercial data available, but only after taking into consideration the economic impact and any other relevant impact of specifying any particular area as critical habitat. So the Endangered Species Act has built in a weighing or balancing when it comes to critical habitat, but not when it comes to listing a species. And the map is just showing you the designated critical habitat area for that small 2 sawfish that's in the picture. So there are a number of exemptions to the prohibition on take. So one of the things that the ESA does is it says, look, you need to list these animals that are endangered or threatened. And then once you do that, if they're endangered, for example, there's this prohibition on take that the definition was very broad, but then the act builds in its own exceptions for when take is allowed. So take that's incidental to, but not the purpose of an otherwise lawful activity can be exempted in a couple of ways. People can get, or state agencies, whatever, can get a Section 10 permit to allow for that take. And the other very common way that incidental take is accepted from the prohibitions is that there's an incidental take statement that's included in a biological opinion on a federal action. So I had said earlier that federal agencies ensure that their actions don't jeopardize by consulting when they're going to do something that may affect a listed species. If that consultation results on a biological opinion that says, yes, you're going to have these adverse effects, but you're not going to jeopardize, within that biological opinion, there'll be this incidental take statement that says what the anticipated take is, how many animals may be injured or killed during this activity. And if you're operating consistent with the action that's analyzed in that opinion, and you happen to take a listed species, then you're not subject to liability. So you think about how many federal agencies authorize or fund how many actions. There's a lot of take that is potentially allowed under this incidental take statement exception. And then there are just a list. I just put these up here so that you know the statute has other exceptions for things like hardships. for people who entered contracts involving species that were then listed under the Endangered Species Act. There's Alaska Native exception. There's a pre-act endangered species part exception, antique articles, and experimental population. So these are just some of the specific exceptions that Congress has put into the Endangered Species Act. And this slide just shows an example of an incidental take statement. This comes from a biological opinion on the Southeast US shrimp fisheries. And so that opinion anticipated that over a 5-year period, these are the number of sea turtles that would be captured and the number that would end up dying over that period. All right, and the last law I want to talk about is the Marine Mammal Protection Act. Like I said, that just applies if you're a marine mammal, you're protected. It's an interesting law because it doesn't require any types of determination that the marine mammal actually needs protection for any biological or population reason. It's just marine mammal protected. I think it has something to do with how, we as a population feel about marine mammals. It was enacted in the 1970s with a lot of these other environmental laws, and there was a lot of public outcry about dolphins and tuna nets and baby seals, getting bludgeoned in the Arctic. And so this was just a law that blanket protected marine mammals. So this generally prohibits the take of marine mammals in the US, in US waters and by US citizens on the high seas. It also makes it illegal to import marine mammals and marine mammal products into the United States without a permit. The definition of take in the Marine Mammal Protection Act is similar to the one in the Endangered Species Act. It's not quite as broad. It says harass, hunt, capture, or kill, or attempt to harass, hunt, capture, or kill, but it's still fairly broad, covers a lot of things. And so, like I had mentioned, the Marine Mammal Protection Act basically covers you if you're a marine mammal. The other interesting thing about this act is that it has a lot of exceptions. It's one of those protective laws where the exceptions almost at some point in time eat up the protection. So the exceptions end up overriding the protection. And a lot of this comes from lawsuits that have occurred throughout the time that the Marine Mammal Protection Act has been in place. So you'll get a lawsuit and then it might lead to an exception. So for example, when the Marine Mammal Protection Act was first put in place, it required a permit to take marine mammals as a result of commercial fishing. And the agency issued such a permit for one particular mammal that was getting caught in gill nets, but there are other animals that were getting caught in gill nets, and the agency did not address those other marine mammals because it didn't have the information to make the required determinations that would allow it to issue the permit. So that got challenged, and the court basically said, you can't just issue a permit for this activity and ignore the fact that a whole bunch of these other marine mammals are getting caught up in these nets. As a result of that decision, Congress amended the act to provide a 5-year moratorium to this incidental take provision related to commercial fisheries. And during that time, a new regime about addressing commercial fisheries and marine mammal interactions was put into place. And it's the current regime we use today, where we classify fisheries based on the level of mortality or serious injury that they could impose on marine mammals, and it's regulated in that way. It's a fairly complicated scheme. I don't have really time to get into it now, but that exception and the way we do that now was a direct result of the litigation that happened early on in the implementation of the act. Another exception that came as a result of litigation is expanded exemption for Navy activities, particularly like sonar readiness activities. anything related to military readiness activities. The agency issued a permit to allow an incidental take authorization for the Navy to use this type of sonar, and lost litigation related to these authorizations. And shortly thereafter, Congress amended the Marine Mammal Protection Act to make it easier for the Navy to conduct these military readiness activities. The Congress added separate harassment provisions for military research, and suspended sort of some of the requirements that were previously in the act that the agency had to meet when we were dealing with military readiness activities. And then the last example of this sort of thing that I wanted to mention was on the Columbia River. So sea lions have learned that it's easy to kill salmon and steelhead at dams on the Columbia River. These salmon and steelhead are listed under the Endangered Species Act, and so their harvest is also limited when it comes to fishing for them out in the open ocean. The agency issued a permit to 3 West Coast states to kill some of the sea lions, the identified sea lions that were preying on the salmon. They were challenged on that, initially lost in the court, then issued a new permit, were challenged again, but won that lawsuit. What Congress did a few years later, though, is amend the Marine Mammal Protection Act to streamline the process for issuing these permits, to allow for the elimination or the culling of these sea lions that were preying on the salmon, made it easier to get that permit, as well as increase the number of sea lions that could be killed under the permit. So now I just wanted to talk about a few examples that of how all these different things interact in terms of Magnuson Act management or Endangered Species Act, marine mammals. The first example, shrimp and red snapper and sea turtles. Oh my, kind of like Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz. So sea turtles, as I mentioned, are protected under the ESA. They're susceptible to being captured in shrimp trawls, which are basically just giant nets that are towed in the water. And once they get into those nets, if they can't get out, turtles breathe air, they end up drowning. So we end up killing turtles. As you saw from that incidental take statement, I showed there can be a lot of sea turtle capture in these shrimp trawls. So the agency and managers have required that these shrimp trawls have turtle excluder devices in their nets so that the turtles can get out. And this is also helpful for some listed fish species like sturgeon. And I have a little video that just shows you a turtle using the TED to get out of a shrimp. It's those bars there block it from going any further, and then it comes out of the hole in the top of the net, and it still allows the shrimp to get through into the bottom part of the net so that the shrimp can't get out. Red snapper is also a species of fish, especially little red snapper, that get caught up in shrimp trawls. Red snapper in the Gulf of Mexico was under fishing and considered overfished for many years. And this was not caused just by directed fishing for red snapper. There was a lot of mortality, or there was thought to be a lot of mortality in shrimp trawls. So as part of getting the red snapper population to rebuild, shrimp trawls have also been required to have bycatch reduction devices in them. And that's just a schematic of what that would look like. So the turtle has the turtle excluder device, and the finfish have a way to escape the trawl in another section of the trawl. Another example are North Atlantic right whales and trap fisheries. North Atlantic right whales are protected under the Marine Mammal Protection Act. They're also listed as endangered. They have quite a small population. They live along the Atlantic coast. They have calving grounds more on the South Atlantic where they come with their babies, and then they feed and live a lot more up near the northeast of the United States and Canada there. And they're susceptible to getting caught in lines that are used for traps. So what can you do to balance the needs of the fishermen to make a living and harvest the fish, but you also want to protect the right whales? You can implement things like seasonal closures in the areas you know the whales might be at a time of year. You can have weak links to fixed fishing gear. So that means when the whale snags a line, when there's a certain pressure, the line breaks so they're not caught up in it. You can require sinking lines versus floating lines, and that's shown in the picture here. So the lines between the traps are on the bottom. You only have one line to the surface. So you don't have a whole bunch of buoy lines coming down off the surface to the traps, or you don't have a line floating on the surface. You can mandate gear marking to improve understanding of how and where the whales are becoming entangled. So, it's hard to know where a whale is getting a rope unless you have a specific color and that color or some kind of marking is associated with a particular fishery. And you can increase outreach and education, and you can improve stranding responses. So if someone sees an injured whale or the agency is notified of an injured whale, you can better respond to that injury or that entanglement and free the whale. Another example is corals and reef fish. So there are several corals that are listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act that exist off the coast of Florida and the US Caribbean. Corals need a hard substrate free of algae to grow. And some fish, like parrotfish, which is in this picture, eat the algae off the reef. So they're reef cleaners. They keep the reef clean. They allow coral larvae to settle. In some places, parrotfish are harvested for human consumption. So particularly in the US Caribbean, parrotfish are harvested. So you have to be balancing the harvest of parrotfish for human consumption versus the need to leave them on the reef to help clean the reef and allow the listed corals and coral species to survive and propagate. So managers have to weigh that and figure out what an appropriate harvest level would be, and also take into the impacts with coral. And then the last example I wanted to note was open ocean aquaculture. This is a big issue right now. There was an executive order signed last year about promoting American seafood competitiveness and economic growth. And it requires the identification of geographic areas containing locations suitable for commercial aquaculture and a completion of a programmatic environmental impact statement for each to assess the impact of siting aquaculture facilities there. And there were two initial areas selected for study: federal waters off South Carolina and in the Gulf of Mexico. So this is important to this particular area. There's also a potential permit being considered by the EPA right now for an aquaculture test cage to be put off of Sarasota because people are interested in looking more closely at aquaculture finfish. Some people have concerns about impacts with marine mammals or listed species. So again, this is going to be an interaction between a lot of different laws. And not just that, but there's a lot going on in the water, right? So there's lots of sources to look at current uses and environmental conditions. And one thing I just wanted to show you real quick, this is my last thing, is the agency, NOAA, has developed this Gulf Aqua Mapper. Can you see that, or is that on the wrong screen?
We don't see it currently, but maybe if
You
you
see
drag it
now?
over.
Is it there now?
No, I'm not seeing it.
Oh. Well, why is it not there?
You may need, if you stop sharing and reshare maybe. Now we just see a black screen.
Well, that's as good as anything, right? All right, let me try again. This is my last little piece. How about now?
Yes, now we can see it.
Okay. So this is an interactive tool that anyone can go to, and it shows an area. Right now it's showing the Gulf of Mexico, and it has a lot of different things you can click on to see where they are. If you're interested in where shipping lanes are, it'll show you that, right? If you're interested in oil and gas activities, it'll come up with those things. If you're interested more in the biological stuff, it shows you where Brutus whale, core distribution areas. Brutus whale was recently listed under the Endangered Species Act. It will show you where the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary boundary is. So you can overlay a lot of different things, and it's particularly useful for aquaculture because you can kind of look at the areas that are high use versus low use, or may not have as important habitat areas to try and figure out where siting of aquaculture might be suitable. And that was my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mara. We do have a couple questions. Let's see if I can bring them up here. Oops, sorry. Okay, first one. When you refer to bycatch, do you mean what fishermen traditionally refer to as junk fish, i.e. fish they didn't set out to net?
Yeah, so bycatch is anything that you throw back for any reason, essentially, right? So it's either not legal, it's the wrong size, you weren't allowed to catch it, right? So a regulatory discard, you're not allowed to keep it, or you're not keeping it because you don't want it for some other reason. And it applies to anything. So like a turtle would be bycatch if you caught it and threw it back. You can't keep them.
Okay. And then from the chat, any thoughts on the recent manatee starvation tragedy?
Well, personal thoughts that it is a tragedy. Manatees are one of those things that are regulated by the Fish and Wildlife Service. So I have no involvement in the regulation of that species, but from a personal perspective, it's very sad to see that happening.
Okay, and I don't know if Ralph, if you're on. Oh wait, let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah. What does the announcement regarding undoing the Trump ESA rollback specifically for critical habitat protection mean for designating critical habitat and for Florida's corals? If you know that.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for that. I think that's been a recent announcement, and I don't know the impacts of. You're moving too fast for the federal government with that one. Slow moving animal.
Okay, I think that is everything that I see currently pending. Thank you very much, Mara. That was an excellent presentation.
Yeah, Greg, if I may, real quick, just want to recognize one of our best and brightest, Kat Awasti, who is the president of the Florida Student Animal Legal Defense, Florida State Student Animal Legal Defense Fund, and our current recipient of our Florida Bar Law Student Achievement Award. She's serving as an intern for ALDF, and she just learned today that that NOAA's Office of General Counsel for the Oceans and Coastal Section have selected her as their one and only intern that she'll be serving this summer. So I want to get you and Mara and Kat together at some point.
Yeah, Kat is great, and in my presentation, you could see some of the things she'd worked on from the Bar Journal articles and things. So well-deserved award, and it would be great to see her over at NOAA. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Moving right along. Diana, are you on? Hello. Well, just a minute. If I practice this all day, maybe I'll figure it out by the end. Yeah. Are you ready to go, Diana? All right. Our last presentation of the day will be our legislative panel, which is always popular. I'll let Diana do the introductions of the panel. Diana Ferguson joined the Rutledge and Asenia law firm in 2011 as an attorney and a registered lobbyist. Her practice is concentrated in the areas of environmental and administrative law, regulated industries, and government relations. She currently represents several animal welfare organizations before the Florida legislature. Prior to joining the firm, Diana provided legislative counsel to the Florida Association of Counties, where she advocated for numerous local government issues, including animal welfare. Diana received a political science degree from the University of Missouri, Kansas City, and a Juris Doctorate from Oklahoma City University School of Law. She's a member in good standing of the Texas and Florida Bar Associations and is a member of the Florida Bar Animal Law Section Executive Council, and she chairs our legislative committee, which she does an excellent job at. And with that, I will turn it over to you, Diana.
Get us started with introducing
Of course,
what happened during the session,
of course.
our speakers, and we'll hopefully Diana can join us, but I don't think we can wait much longer.
Okay, agreed. And what I do want though is the PowerPoint. When she logs back in, maybe she can share that, and then we'll work on getting her sound. But the PowerPoint we'll work on.
Yeah.
So, yes, there's some good and bad things this session. But I'll let the four of us are talking. We've got different. Thank you for that in the chat. That's helpful. Different components of the panel. So my name is Kate McFall, and I'm the Florida State Director for the Humane Society of the United States. So I'm here in Tallahassee and work throughout the state of Florida, and certainly work on legislation and policy and ordinance. And we've got Rep. Dan Daly here. Yay! Thank you. And Lois, what will you just say hi so everybody knows who you are?
Hi.
Okay, great. So she's going to talk about a lot of great things, but mostly the importance of local government. She's a commissioner of Ponce Inlet, very involved in Ponce's law and many, many other really good animal protection and other kinds of ordinances. And we appreciate that so much. Does anybody have the PowerPoint, or we'll just go until she can?
She joined back briefly, but
okay.
Disappeared again.
Well, all right. So I'll start with a couple of bills that are on my list, and then we'll just move on. But I'll start with the best news and then there's a few others. The bill that passed this session, it was a weird session. Of course, Rep. Daly can speak on this best of all. But it was a weird session. From our side, it was, getting access to lawmakers, and it was challenging and it was different, but some really good nuggets came out of session. So who knew? But from the animal welfare perspective, the cross-reporting bill passed, and that's something I've worked on really hard for many years. And this bill, Senate Bill 96, and it was in a large child welfare package. I've learned a lot about child welfare. The over 100-page bill, and in this was this provision, and that will require child protective investigators (CPIs) to report suspected child abuse or neglect. Conversely, it will also require, and now it makes animal control officers mandatory reporters. And if we didn't already, most people don't, a lot of people don't, which horrifies our child welfare folks, that every human being in the state of Florida is required by law to report suspected child abuse or neglect. But I didn't until about 4 or 5 years ago when I started working on this issue. But then so now animal control officers are mandatory reporters. And there's a few elements of this bill that hopefully will go into effect July 1st that we'll have to backtrack. Sorry, I just thought I'd start with my favorite. That's this one. Thank you. And then we'll go back because there's a few others. But as you can see,
That's okay. Hey, can you guys hear me okay now? I've finally got the phone.
Yeah, we
to
can hear you
work.
great.
You're
Perfect.
loud and
Awesome.
clear.
I'm going to mute myself while Kate does cross reporting, and then we'll pick back up where we were.
We'll go back.
Perfect.
Okay, awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. So again, Senator Book championed this. We all know that she's been an advocate for children forever, but she really understands the connection between child welfare and animal welfare, and that's a beautiful thing. So she championed this, and again, so our current, hopefully that will become law soon, is within 72 hours. Now, other states it's 24 hours, but we'll take it. And hopefully a CPI, again, a child protective investigator who sees suspected animal cruelty or abuse will call it in right away. But that's how it is. It's 72 hours. And then again, as I said, ACOs are mandatory reporters. They'll be required to give their name when they do make the report. And that is to be made immediately of suspected child neglect or abuse. And both professions will have a 1-hour recorded training. And we are working on that right now. And on the House side, it was Rep. Altman. It was a committee bill, and it was really buried in a large child welfare package. And that's the best part, because it really is about, both. It's not just about children or just about animals. I just want to read one quick thing. This is my favorite part, is that the legislature recognizes that animal cruelty of any kind is a type of interpersonal violence that often co-occurs with child abuse and other forms of family violence, including elder abuse, domestic abuse, on and on. The reason I want to read that is that that's will be in statute, and that's recognizing the link that we all know is the link that's been around forever, and it's well documented, but the link between violence, family violence of any kind, whether it's elders or children, and cruelty to animals. So that's big news, and that will hopefully go into effect soon. And several other states have some form of this, whether it's elders, children, or animals, and Ohio's new law includes veterinarians. So it just highlights the importance of cross-reporting. So this was a big win, and we appreciate Senator Book on this. And we have more to do in this arena, but that was the cross-reporting bill. That was a big win this past session. We can go back.
Thank you, Kate, and thanks for everyone's patience while we dealt with the technical and sound issues. I think I'm back up and running now, and we can go ahead and kind of get started from the beginning. And Kate, I think since you had to jump in, you didn't really get a good introduction. So for everyone, I think a lot of folks on the call probably know Kate, but she is the state director for the Humane Society of the United States and has been doing legislative work for HSUS for probably a decade at least, right, Kate? And she travels the state, does an incredible job of educating advocates and working to inform the public and policymakers on legislative issues related to animal welfare. And then also on our panel this afternoon, we've got the Vice Mayor of the town of Ponce Inlet, Lois Paritsky, who is very active in the section and on the companion animal committee of the section, and has been a wonderful partner in helping us with local government issues. And then we've also got Representative Dan Daly, who is really a tremendous advocate for animals in the House. He was elected unopposed to his seat in the Florida House in February of 2019 after Jared Moskowitz was appointed by the governor to head up the Department of Emergency Management, and he was reelected in 2020. Prior to that, he was a Coral Springs City Commissioner and actually worked for a former House member, former Rep. Ari Porth, who's now a criminal division judge of the 17th Circuit Court of Florida. So welcome, Representative Daly and Lois and Kate. And I'm so glad y'all are with us today. We're going to have a great presentation for folks. Kate already covered the cross-reporting bill, which was a really big win for animal welfare this year. But there was another bill that I wanted to talk about, the Injured Police Canines bill, the bill that passed the Senate Bill 388 by Senator Wright, and Representative Killebrew had that companion. It was HB 697. Kate, do you want to fill folks in on that one?
Sure, absolutely. This is a great bill, and it was first introduced last year, but again, as Diana said, passed this year. It was supported by law enforcement, the Attorney General, animal protection groups like the HSUS, and then like Debbie Johnson's group, Canines United, You may remember they supported the bill that was in 2019 that increased the penalty for harming a police canine or mounted horse in memory of the canine fang. So kind of along those same lines, but this bill permits for licensed life support services to transport an injured canine, police dog under certain circumstances. It authorizes a paramedic to administer emergency care. So many, when I mention this to people, they say, you mean that's not allowed currently? And no, it will be soon. Hasn't been sent to the governor yet, but it's in the queue. And it's assuming that that a human is not waiting, and it provides for immunity from criminal and civil liability. So it's a win for our highly trained canine officers. And when you say canine officer, or people sometimes think you're talking about the handler, but this is actually the dog, and good for them. It was a big win, and we're so appreciative for the leadership of Representative Sam Killebrew and Senator Tom Wright.
Thank you, Kate. Next in our PowerPoint, we've got the retail sale of dogs and cats. That is one that I worked on closely with Kate and others. I actually represent the Humane Society of the United States on this issue, and Kate and I certainly work together and coordinate closely on all of the animal legislation, but on this one, she's my client. So we've worked really hard on this one for a number of years, primarily in stopping a preemption that would wipe off the books all of the local bans on the retail sale of dogs and cats, and we've been very effective in stopping that. This year we filed something to better message the issue and kind of go on the offense and try to actually ban the retail sale of dogs and cats at the state level. That bill was HB 45 by Representative Killebrew and Senate Bill 1138 by Senator Broder. Those bills didn't get a hearing, but this was also the first year that we went on the offense and decided, rather than just trying to stop this preemption, let's try to fight back and let's try to do something proactive and message to legislators and others on why it is really important to try to stop the influx of puppy mill puppies into the state of Florida and to actually ban it at the state level. Now, for folks who aren't as educated as most of us, I know a lot of us know a lot about this and have heard about this a lot for a number of years. I would say for retailers who have tried to advocate against this, if you don't know much about how puppies are bred or where they come from, there is a message there that, oh, well, there needs to be a consumer choice and they should be able to have whatever animal they want. What I've learned, I've worked on this in some form or another for almost 15 years now. The first time I heard about this issue at all, I was at the Association of Counties. I was one of their lobbyists, and I had heard that, the city and the county in Sarasota were looking at doing this. And the first time I heard about it, I didn't know much about the issue. I had really just started working on animal welfare. And my initial thought as an attorney was, well, gosh, I don't know, maybe that violates the Commerce Clause. I'm not really sure that they can do that. But the more that I started to understand why they were doing it and why these ordinances were popping up, I started to understand that that's really the only way we can deal with this issue. In Florida, we're not a puppy mill state. There are puppy mills here, but we know that primarily the puppy mills are in other states like Ohio and Pennsylvania, Missouri, and even Kansas and other states. And they're all coming into Florida on these transport trucks, which don't look like much of anything a lot of times. It's not even something you'd necessarily, as someone driving down the road, you wouldn't even maybe realize it's something that should be stopping at those DAX-way stations. And so what can happen is, and what does happen frequently, is they come over state lines, folks don't really know about it. These poor pups can be on a truck from Ohio for days, for a week, while they're traveling through all of these other states until they finally end up at a pet store, say in Naples. And at that point, they've been on a truck for 5 or 6 days in really terrible conditions. And that's just the beginning of it. We all know what happens at these puppy mills and how sick some of these pups can be. And we've heard horror stories, and Kate and I and others, we have kind of a coalition of folks that we work with, and we're constantly helping consumers that were just sort of unknowing, didn't realize that they were getting themselves into, and they'll come to us with these horror stories, and we have to do all that we can to try to help. But it feels like a constant, it's a little overwhelming. It feels like a constant education issue, right? We're always trying to figure out, how do we get the word out to folks, to choose adopting a pup, or if you want a full-bred pup, to go to a reputable breeder. And there are lots of groups working on this issue, but it's going to take everyone continuing to work on it until we can finally make some positive changes in that direction. A number of local governments have stepped up. I think now there are over 70 of these ordinances
79.
in Florida. 79. Okay, so quite a few, and we know of a number of others that are ongoing right now that will add to that number. So it is, we're very actively working on this issue. We are going to bring forward some legislation next session, whether it'll be just a statewide ban. We've been brainstorming on it and trying to figure out, maybe we try to nip at some of the things that happen in this puppy pipeline, right? Like, we know that there are retailers who own the retail storefront that also own the companies that employ the veterinarians that certify that the animals are healthy, that also own the finance companies that finance the puppies at like 29.99% interest, and also own the warranty companies that deny the warranties when these poor pups are sick or don't make it. And it's just a trap for a consumer. And so there's so many things we could try to pick at to stop that cycle. And so we're looking at bringing forward something next session so that we can continue to message on this and try to make some positive headway. And in the meantime, I think it's just going to take the continued political pressure until we finally get these retailers to realize that, you know, the public doesn't want this and they need to stop selling dogs and cats at retail. Did I miss anything there, Kate? What would you add to that? I know you've worked on this as much as I have.
I have, and I made a couple of notes of just a few tiny things. That was a perfect explanation that responsible breeders would never sell their puppies to a store. So when people say, oh, well,
That's right.
That might happen in other places, but this pet store, they get them from responsible breeders. Responsible, it's in their contracts. Ask them. They don't sell their puppies to a store. So there's puppies in a store, we know they came from puppy mills. The other thing, and Orange County is considering an ordinance, the next hearing is on June 22nd. So that's a big priority. You know, all hands on deck are working on that. And then the financing, some is even over 100%. So the yes, this is like, what? That's it's horrifying, you know, that kind of preying on folks that maybe didn't read the fine print, or their emotions get hold of them in this cute little bundle of fur. They have to have them. And next thing they know, eyeballs in debt and veterinary bills. So. Yeah,
you raised some good points there. I mean, I know that most local kennel clubs that I'm aware of and state kennel clubs their rules will prohibit their members from selling their puppies at retail because the responsible breeders know that there's no way to do this responsibly. It's not a good way. And there's just no way to commercially breed puppies in a humane way. It just doesn't happen. And so we will continue to work on this. We will continue to be very vocal and to build a grassroots effort and to try to continue to put, you know, political pressure on these stores to change their business model. But I think that's an issue we'll be working on probably for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
Before I move on from that, Lois, did you want to add anything? I know your government has one of these bans, and I know that you've been a really big advocate locally.
Yes, well, what I was going to add would be something that I'll discuss a little more fully later, but Kate was so instrumental in helping with the drafting, and it's always important to remember that there are organizations and people like Kate that will help us with the research, with the language, and with implementing it so that we don't go down a path that may have had some, very bad results. So we do not need to recreate the wheel as a local municipality when it comes to trying to pass some of this kind of legislation at the local level.
That's a great point. Thank you. Next, we have Allie's Law. It was one of the reasons I asked Rep. Daly to join us today because I know he's been working on this with Senator Pizzo for a couple of years with a really neat local advocate that he can tell you about. So I'll turn it over to you, Rep. Daly, to talk about this one.
Sure. Well, thank you, Diana, and everybody for tuning in. For those of you that are actually physically at the conference, I didn't realize that you were all staying at the same hotel that I was. So I'm sorry that I'm over Zoom and not there in person with you all, but pleased to be with you either way. And so as Diana mentioned, you know, we've worked on Allie's Law. I actually filed Allie's Law for the first time last legislative session and ran into a roadblock there and decided to work with Senator Pizzo again this year and file it. Long story short on Allie's Law. So right now in the state of Florida, a veterinarian is not required to report suspected animal abuse. They may, but they're not required to do so. And that's unlike any other field in Florida. So you look at doctors, pediatricians, for example. Pediatricians are legally required to report suspected child abuse. It's not, and I think this is part of our issue in the legislature. Folks are afraid that this is going to lead to cases of animal abuse that aren't actually animal abuse, and how can the doctor, or in this case, the veterinarian, say that it's absolutely animal abuse? Well, all it's saying is they have to report it, right? And then there's another entity that will come in and actually investigate it and give that individual the opportunity to explain what happened, or give, you know, their side of the story. But the fact that there's not mandatory reporting is really sad for Florida. And if I may, and I know we're short on time, but let me give you a little bit of the background. So Allie's Law is named after Allie, who is a cute, sweet little Boston Terrier who came to my office with her owner, Dave, about probably 2 years ago now. And she comes in and her toenails are painted and she's in a cute little dress and she's making the rounds at the Capitol and talking to legislators and staff about her bill. And unfortunately, about a year ago, Dave, Allie's loving owner, passed away suddenly. So he wasn't even able to be up in Tallahassee. Allie came up and made the trip, and her background, basically Dave found her on Craigslist. Long story short, she had been abused. There was evidence of significant abuse over a period of time, and she was finally surrendered by her previous owner to a veterinarian's office. And the vet tech, because no one came to claim Allie or anything like that, took Allie and put her onto Craigslist. Well, you mean to tell me that a vet tech and a vet saw Allie and never suspected any type of abuse? And even if they did, especially if they did, they weren't required to report it, right? And so that kind of gets to the crux of where it all came from. But look, we're going to try like heck to get it moving this next legislative session. We have worked with the Florida Veterinary Association, which actually this year was neutral on the bill. The first year they were opposed. We were able to work with them. We were able to put in some compromise language and to get them to neutral. And yet I still have members and colleagues in the legislature who refuse to hear the bill on the House side, and this year actually on the Senate side. On the Senate side, Senator Pizzo made it through 2 of his 3 committee stops last year. So certainly have more work to do, but I think part of it is education, right? A lot of the same arguments that we've been hearing were the same arguments that the Medical Association and the doctors made when mandatory reporting of child abuse was being considered. And so it's just about getting over that hump and explaining to folks, the importance of this bill and this issue. And so I'm not giving up. I had a call with one of the supporter groups and with Senator Pizzo as recently as yesterday on it. So we're not stopping anytime soon. Oh, Diana, I think you're muted.
Sorry, I forgot I muted myself. We do appreciate that. Thank you to you and to Senator Pizzo for continuing to work hard and try to move that issue forward. So the next one I've got in the PowerPoint is the tethering bill. That was HB 177 by Representative Schlossberg and Senate Bill 650 by Senator DeMeo. Kate, did you want to take this one?
Sure, absolutely. Okay. So this was the first year this bill was introduced, and it would prohibit the unattended tethering of cats and dogs. It requires that the owners, the humans of tethered pets are present, which most of you guys know there are countless ordinances around the state on this issue. Florida is such a hot state. This is a very popular issue, and it's meaningful. And there's support from all different aspects of why this is important. And it's not saying you can't tether, it's just saying you have to be there. This bill, however, didn't pass. And they, again, most humane groups, certainly support this. Like here in Leon County, there's an attended tethering only on the books, and that's beautiful. There, advocates are working and elected officials on the local level are working throughout the state, but it would be, I think this bill will come back. We supported the bill, but they had one Senate hearing and the NRA came out opposing it. They had some concerns. I just wanted to mention this. One of the senators commented at some point that he wasn't aware of the NRA previously opposing an animal bill, but I did want to mention that the NRA did strongly oppose Amendment 13 at the 11th hour, and I'm not entirely sure why. It doesn't matter now, but as co-chair of the Amendment 13 campaign, I'm proud to say that despite their opposition, we prevailed. As you guys know, it passed. But the NRA, I think there were just some tweaks with it having to do with hunting dogs, but that was is an issue and a concern. But I think in general, you know, maybe those tweaks and those differences can be worked out. I think this bill will come back, but it did not. It had one Senate hearing this year and was not heard in the House. So that is the tethering bill, and we'll look forward to perhaps seeing that again next session.
Okay, thank you, Kate. Next up, we've got the animal cruelty bill. That one was HB 731 by Representative Federhoff and 1122 by Senator Broder. And those bills would have revised the elements of animal cruelty and would have provided criminal penalties for failure to provide adequate animal shelter. The bill actually defined what adequate animal shelter would mean. Kate, did you want to talk about that one in a little bit more detail?
Sure.
I know that you know that the primary proponent of that bill pretty well.
Yes, Debbie Dorino is a strong advocate who started Ponce's Law, and she's initiated this bill. And it really started out as a way to define shelter because it's vague in our state statute. A lot of times on the local level, there's more specific and better, thankfully, more specific requirements for like a doghouse or some kind of decent shelter for that animal. But on the state level, it's pretty vague. And so the initial motivation behind it was to clarify that and to have it defined on the state level. And then came the cruelty part, where the intention was to differentiate between the misdemeanor and the penalty and the felony penalty for animal cruelty. So it's animal cruelty or aggravated animal cruelty. And there were some disagreements and some different opinions on that. So going forward, we will see this bill again. And hopefully all the parties can come together. And you obviously are seeing a theme. That's, as Rep. Daley talked about with Allie's Law, they've, worked out some of the things and kind of got some compromise language, which is of course important. But we will see this bill again. I did speak with Debbie about it, and it will be separate. She's planning to have separate bills on the definition of shelter and then of the cruelty aspect, changing a little bit of the language in the provisions of animal cruelty statute to differentiate between misdemeanor and felony. That is her plan. So, but this bill,
great.
This past session.
Thank you for the update on that one, Kate. The next one is a bill that the section has actually worked on, and I've worked closely with Ralph and Gregg and others on this legislation. Oh, sorry, go back to there. This one is, this year it was HB 1003 by Rep. Killebrew and Senate Bill 316 by Senator Pizzo. And these bills would have provided for the appointment of an animal advocate to represent the interest of an animal in certain court proceedings at the direction of the court. The bill spells out the powers and duties of those advocates, and this draft of the bill would have asked the animal law section of the Florida Bar to maintain a list of attorneys and certain legal interns that met the requirements to be eligible for appointment as an animal advocate. I know HSUS, Kate, has been supportive of this concept. The primary proponent of this one has been the Animal Legal Defense Fund, ALDF, and I believe they plan to come back with this one next year. The language may need a bit of tweaking. I think you probably hear us say that a lot, and we will see these new concepts that are very good ideas, and sometimes it just takes a few years for the technical details to get worked out and for the bills to move. Sometimes, though, the bills linger and we see them for a number of years just because the stakeholders either just can't agree or they're, sort of controversial. And this one isn't necessarily controversial. I think it's just more a matter of, it's probably just going to have to be around for a couple of years. And at some point it's going to snap into place and we'll be able to move that concept, but it may take another year or two, would be my guess. Now, we've already covered the cross-reporting bill. Kate did a great job with that in a pinch while I was having my technical meltdown. which I'm hopefully recovered from. So those were all the pieces of legislation that we put in the PowerPoint. But what I would say is there are a number of other animal bills we didn't cover. We could be here all day doing that. And I mean, I think that's a good thing. It seems like every year we see more and more bills filed related to improving animal welfare. And in the time, I mean, I just finished my 15th session. That's a marked difference from when I first started lobbying. We didn't see very many animal related bills in the Florida legislature. And I would say every year for at least the last decade, it just seems like there's more and more. There's more folks who want to do something to help animals. And that is a really good thing. It just needs to be channeled, and we need to work on, you know, I think getting stakeholders together and having the most effective advocacy strategy that we can. But certainly, the raw resources are there, and the tools I think are there to make some real positive improvements in the area of animal welfare. So I think we've covered the major pieces of legislation. If you want more information about anything, I know that this section had all of the bills tagged. You can go back and look at those. If you have questions about something that we didn't cover, you can always ask me or Kate offline. We're happy to get you anything that you need. But right now, I want to turn it over to Lois to talk a little bit more about the role of local government in animal welfare. Lois has done a great job of getting her local government to be proactive and passing some great ordinances, encouraging other local governments to do the same, and using the regional leagues as a great tool to get the message out to local elected officials about animal welfare. And so Lois, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Oh, thank you so much, Diana. So a local elected official, the city council member, we have many roles. And one is to provide for the safety and well-being of the people living and visiting our communities through legislation and policy. And what that translates into is a local council adopting ordinances that reflect the will and desire of the community, budgeting and facilitating resources for services, education, and engaging the community. Now, in the area of animal welfare, that can be, and there have been many local successes. So how do we measure success? And that is by the actual welfare protection. And also sometimes more importantly, by the spotlight that local legislation or the local reaction and solutions place on the abuse, on the need for the protection and the need for a statewide standard that may not currently exist. So local solutions may be implemented that are then advocated for adoption and championed throughout Florida counties and municipalities, even when a solution cannot seem to find its path to success at the state level with state legislation. Now, the legislative update PowerPoint demonstrates that there are significant issues that may take many legislative sessions, years, for the issue to be resolved in a state law. And I would like to share with you the experiences of the town of Consinlet and the efforts of local and county governments that protect animals through the ordinances, law enforcement, public services, and education. Now, to begin, 3 of the issues that were identified through bills on the PowerPoint that for various reasons did not pass at the state level this year have already been addressed by the town of Consinlet. Anti-tethering, inadequate shelter definition, and banning the retail sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits. The failure to pass the bill at the state level without local protection means the animals will continue to be vulnerable and unprotected. So the current distress of a tethered dog or one contained within shelter that's inadequate, or the practice of retail sale of dogs and cats continues in an unchanged environment until at least the next legislative session. However, local officials can address that distress and suffering without consulting the Florida legislative session calendar. Now, the legislative process at the municipal local level is a relatively straightforward one, and that often begins because a resident calls us about, for example, a dog they see day after day tied up outside in the elements without food or water. So the first question is whether there is an ordinance that addresses that situation. And if a municipality has an ordinance that may apply, it is usually an ordinance requiring an owner to provide the animal with adequate food, shelter, and not neglect or cruelly treat the animal. When an animal control or law enforcement officer is confronted with the reality of the dog and the ordinance, assuming there is one, we come to learn that the ordinance may be inadequate. So the question then becomes whether the criteria in the ordinance is specific enough for this officer to request compliance or issue a criminal citation. The resident who brought the concern to the town's attention may be told that there is no law prohibiting what they see, or that the current ordinance or even the state statute is not sufficiently specific for the officer to take any action. There is no criteria to say what shelter is adequate, or when and under what conditions a dog can lawfully remain outside tethered. So what the council members do, hopefully, is to set about creating an ordinance that will address that issue. The ordinance is a local official's response to a need that is being articulated to us by a resident that is a reflection of the values of the people in the community. And these people, our electorate, and the shared electorate with our state legislators expect us to fix problems that they see or are passionate about, and abuse toward an animal is one where almost everyone can agree that if we can help that animal, we must do so. And the expectation of the resident is that addressing this problem, it's within our purview and we will help the animal. We may disagree on some of the criteria or the application of the criteria, but the essence of protection of the local creature is usually not debated. How we get there may be. Now, the city attorney will do the research, draft the ordinance for council consideration, and it will be vetted by the relevant departments, such as the police who are expected to enforce it. And if on 2 readings at 2 separate council meetings, it is approved by a majority of the council members, it becomes the law of the local jurisdiction. The town of Ponce Inlet was similar to many Florida municipalities that have had on their books without modification or updates for so many years, inadequate animal welfare legislation. Now, one issue that I saw immediately in our animal welfare ordinances was the absence of any language restricting the tethering of a dog. This particular concern was not triggered by anything other than a desire on my part to be proactive about something I knew was a problem in many municipalities. I did the research and prepared a report for the council addressing whether and under what circumstances it is permissible for a dog to be tethered outside of its owner's home. The report was designed to educate council and to educate the public on what tethering is, how it is neglectful, and how it is cruel to the dog. The proposed ordinance set forth very clear and very strict criteria. Once this ordinance was passed, it generated local interest in the news. That generated a phone call from a council member in the local municipality who was interested in doing the same in her city. And I forwarded our staff report in the ordinance, and they now have the ordinance. Now, you heard the name of Debbie Dorino. She successfully championed for the passage of Ponce's law, named after Ponce, a lab puppy that was beaten to death in my town. Ponce's law, named after Ponce, a lab puppy, had the support of municipalities, animal welfare organizations, law enforcement, residents, as reflected in a widely shared petition and Facebook page. And what the law has done, it has increased the possibility that someone convicted of animal cruelty would go to prison, and also allow a judge to ban a person from owning an animal. This law is a significant advancement of animal welfare protection that had treated the torture and slaughter of an animal as if it were a theft of a bicycle, and permitted a convicted abuser to have more animals. Ms. Dorino's advocacy presently includes reaching out to municipalities in Volusia County and asking council members in each of the cities to consider Ponce Inlet's anti-tethering ordinance. I went with her for several presentations, and to date we have Port Orange, Holly Hill, and Daytona Beach, 3 local governments that have recently passed the anti-tethering ordinance. And there are a number of other municipalities in Volusia County that have our request for consideration to present this ordinance at their council meetings. Debbie and I have several goals as we reach out to the municipalities in Volusia County. First, protection of the animals. But secondly, we would like uniformity within our county should people move from place to place. They know their obligation and what to expect. Third, we know that what we have done is express the will of the people. Legislators will see the strong support they have on this issue as they begin their legislative process at the state level. Now, another PowerPoint slide depicts, as part of a bill on animal cruelty that failed to pass, the definition of adequate shelter. That bill would have set statewide standards for animal shelters, requiring that shelters protect animals from the heat, protect them from the cold and rain, and be large enough for animals to comfortably move around inside and rest. Now, because of the failure to pass at the state level, there may be no course for helping many dogs, and they will continue to suffer unless local governments address this concern. In Ponce Inlet, like most municipalities, we did not have a good definition or the criteria for adequate as applied to a shelter. The consequence of that lack was the inability of law enforcement to either obtain compliance or issue a violation when an animal was left inside a box or a tiny crate or without proper ventilation or the means to stand up and turn around. I set about to address this omission in our ordinances and ensure that there was sufficient criteria in our town to make certain that our dogs had adequate shelter. I worked with the police chief, our attorneys, and just this past fall, we revamped our town's entire chapter on animal welfare ordinances for expanded protections and internal consistency. And one part was the definition where we included the language of adequate shelter, the very definition that is reflected in the bill that did not pass. And while working diligently with the sponsors of the animal cruelty bills, HB 731 and SB 1122, Debbie Dorino was also working at the local level, ensuring that as many Volusia municipalities would be considering this definition of adequate shelter to add it to the local ordinances. Ponce Inlet, along with Port Orange, Holly Hill, and Daytona Beach, included this language in our ordinances. And another municipality, Deltona, worked very hard a few years ago and had Debbie and I at their animal forum where they looked at their ordinances and modified them, including a very good shelter definition. Now, Debbie continues to reach out to the local council members to have this definition included in their municipal ordinances. And every municipality without a definition with specific standards put at risk the animals. Now, we may not have a statewide standard, but in Volusia County municipalities of Ponce Inlet, Deltona, Holly Hill, Daytona Beach, and Port Orange, our dogs have the protection of a legally mandated standard for adequate shelter. And the goal of these ordinances is compliance. It's not prosecution. Local government seeks to help our residents come into compliance. So if someone is without financial means to purchase adequate shelter for their dog, or at times food, we help facilitate and coordinate with local resources and shelters, donations to help bring people into compliance by providing them with the means to properly care for their animals. Now, also in the PowerPoint is the bill banning the retail sale of dogs and cats, HB 45 and SB 1138. Now, the town of Ponce Inlet does not have this concern, nor will we likely have it due to our size and zoning and use restrictions. But that does not mean we could ignore this as we updated our ordinances, because we do believe that our ordinances, so newly updated and comprehensive, may be adopted in their entirety by other municipalities, and we would not want to ignore this important ban. We had our ban apply to dogs, cats, and rabbits. And as I mentioned, without the help and significant input of Kate McFall, one of our panelists, the director of the Florida Humane Society of America, as well as individuals at the Humane Society of America, I would not have been successful in the drafting and implementation of this ban. It is important to remember there are all of these organizations and many more that can help us with the research and drafting, rather than have us recreate work and go down that path previously traveled that may have some very unfortunate results. Now, at the county level, we have county councils and departments that address animal welfare. One example of collaboration among the county council, county departments, and welfare organizations, along with citizen advocacy, was the Volusia County's creation of an animal abuse database. The County of Volusia now has on its website a listing of individuals who have been convicted of a felony or misdemeanor crime involving an animal victim. The origin of this county attempt to have a vehicle available for identifying individuals who will harm an animal is to some degree grounded in the inability of an animal abuser registry to pass at the state level, notwithstanding several attempts to do so, 2017 being the latest with a bill sponsored by Representative Jared Moskowitz. In our quest to still address the issue of identification of convicted animal abusers, to protect an animal from ending up in their hands, county council members and county staff met with Debbie Dorino and with me for the purpose of creating a database of current public information from the clerk's office of individuals convicted of the felony and misdemeanor crimes involving an animal. And we're able to identify the individual with the name, a photograph, and the crime. And this is at little or no cost for the implementation and upkeep of this list, because it is public information without any enforcement feature. The importance of this list is many. First, it's a tool or resource to be used by any shelter or organization that wishes to adopt out a pet and ensure that they're not placing an animal into the custody of someone who has abused an animal in the past. And this tool has prevented that from occurring almost immediately twice after it was implemented during an attempted adoption at the Halifax Humane Society. Then there are situations where a veterinarian suspects, as Dr. Hall mentioned earlier, abuse to an animal that has been brought into their office, and they can consult this list. Someone interviewing potential roommates. If you have an animal, you don't want to expose your animal to the risk of a convicted animal abuser. And because of the nexus between animal abuse and violence against humans, even checking this list for someone you may be bringing into your life and the lives of your children and family may be helpful. So if someone is banned from owning a pet under Ponce's law, this is a way to check whether an animal we see in their position should be removed. And officers going out on a domestic violence call can check to see if the person who is being accused of violence is on the list. Now, all municipalities in Volusia County can link to this county's database from their website. And Debbie and I plan to reach out to the other counties to explain the animal abuse database, which did win the Best Practices Award from the Florida Association of Counties. This listing is limited in scope to the county that implements it, so therefore we are reaching out, and hopefully other counties will implement it, and perhaps we could just have ultimately one searchable database at the state level, if possible. Now, at the local and municipal county levels, also working toward the common goal of animal welfare includes non-governmental partners such as the humane societies, shelters, fosters, where a significant amount of the care of animals, help to owners, and education for individuals to become more responsible with their pets occurs. And these organizations know they have a partner with their community, which includes opportunities supported by the local governments through advertising, organizing events for donations, and contributions by our residents and requests for volunteers. Education is recognized as key to shifting the perception of animals and the need for welfare and working together at the local level. And we're able to provide significant opportunities to do so. Now, Many of you may be familiar with the Florida League of Cities, an organization that Florida municipalities belong, and its mission is to ensure that the municipalities' interests are protected in the legislature. Those interests are the financial impact of a bill on a municipality, the imposition of unfunded mandates, and the impact where home rule is eroded. There are county leagues of cities, all under the umbrella of the Florida League. And the county leagues have a board of directors, and all the local elected officials in the county are members of the county league. We hold meetings. Those meetings are designed to inform the local elected officials of what is happening in legislative session. It identifies bills that need our attention for advocacy should the bill fall within the purview of what is deemed to have an impact on the municipality within the scope of what I just identified: fiscal mandates and home rule. I am the advocacy chair of the Volusia League of Cities, and I have made it my goal to broaden the scope of financial concerns of elected officials to include an understanding that violence, if ignored or minimized, has a cost, tangible or otherwise, in a community. I want elected officials to understand that violence is on a continuum, that abuse begins often with the vulnerable animal, that the abuse escalates to humans, that there is a nexus between animal abuse and violence against humans, that to minimize or ignore animal abuse by failing to address the behavior and punishment means we as elected officials are missing an opportunity to stop violence before escalation. That by minimizing or ignoring animal abuse, by failing to address behavior and punishment with proper laws and funding to enforce those laws, means we as communities will pay for that failure in terms of additional law enforcement, domestic violence shelters, counseling, underperformance of a child at school, absenteeism from work by the abused, and missing the opportunity to stop generational cycles of violence. So when legislation is proposed that impacts animal welfare protections, we as elected officials must understand that we are the partners of the organizations and sponsors that are advocating for the passage of these bills, not only because the animal deserves the protection, but by implementing laws that protect animals, we are investing in our communities to stop future violence by those who would do harm to animals. And in my attempt to expand the scope of elected officials, when defining whether a bill has a financial impact, I brought in two speakers to our recent business dinner. I invited Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood and Kate McFall, one of our panelists today, and the topic was the nexus between animal abuse and violence toward humans, and how violence in any form, if ignored or minimized, has a financial cost, tangible and otherwise, in a community. I see that we're growing short on time. I do not want to continue and go into Representative Daly's time, so I will be wrapping up. I want to mention that a huge focus is on education, and we recognize that we have an opportunity, being closely tied to the residents in our community, to speak with them. We have the most significant interaction with the resident over a more sustained period of time. And it's important for us to take the opportunity to educate. And I want to address the role of social media very briefly, because at the local level, it is just easier for us on our town and city Facebook pages to get information out. And this was just done in Port Orange. They put out a Facebook post with a picture of a dog chained and its head hung down in sadness, and explaining their new anti-tethering ordinance, what it does, who to call if there's a problem. So as elected officials, you know, when we show that animal welfare is not being marginalized, when we place a spotlight at the local level that we're not going to tolerate any form of abuse, that the elected officials do understand the cost to their communities of violence in any form, we are helping to provide the momentum and facilitate state action for animal welfare, and all the while doing what we can do to protect any suffering we see at the local level. So I thank you. I thank you so much for your time and listening.
Thank you so much. That was a great presentation. Really, really good. Very informative. And we appreciate you and all of your efforts. You've been such a great partner, and we're very excited to have you on our team as we all work on these issues. I want to turn it over to Rep. Daly now. One of the other reasons I asked him to join us this afternoon is because as a legislator and someone who cares about animals and who's putting forward good legislation to improve animal welfare, he sees what we do from a different lens. And so I wanted him to kind of give an advocacy 101 and talk about, as a legislator, what he sees us doing as advocates that is helpful to him, maybe some things that aren't as helpful or that might make his job harder, or for those of us who want to help with animal welfare, what are his tips for effective advocacy? What are some things maybe we should avoid? So I'm going to turn it over to Rep. Daly to give us that briefing.
Thank you, Diana. And real quick, before I delve into that, I want to thank the Vice Mayor. So I just put 2 and 2 together. So I remember from my time on the City Commission in Coral Springs, your name coming up, as well as other local electeds like Michelle Lazaro and others who were moving this effort at the local level. So I just want to say thank you for all the time and effort that you've put in. For me, I've got a 60-day window, right, where I can make it work or not. And for you, it never stops, right? And you've got 400 and some odd cities in Florida. I used to know the number off the top of my head. The legislature keeps changing it, but and so I want to just commend the Vice Mayor and Kate and everybody for your efforts on that. So look, on advocacy, and I'll be brief. I think most of us on this Zoom are attorneys, so we understand maybe a little bit better than most effective communication and ineffective communication. And I guess I'll kind of touch on that a little bit. Look, first and foremost, and there are different levels of advocacy, right, that folks can do. And I'll just speak generally, and then I'll hone in a little bit more on animal welfare issues. Look, the most basic advocacy is a resident, is a citizen, sending an email to or signing one of those online petitions, right? That's the easiest thing. You click here, awesome, it signs a petition, or it sends an auto-generated email. Those are great. And when you can get a couple thousand of them, you can really have an impact. But short of that, I'm just going to be honest and candid with everybody here, not terribly effective. When I get my inbox inundated, particularly if they're from outside of my district, not super effective, candidly, a little annoying, right? If they're coming from my district and they're residents of my of District 97, then okay, maybe they mean a little bit more. A step up from one of those kind of generic click and send emails is a personal email, personal story, right? So if you, in the case of Allie, right, one of the reasons that I sponsored Allie's Law in the first place was Dave came to me and said, "This is Allie. This was Allie's story. This is what happened to Allie, and this is what's happening to pets, to animals all across this state, and we need to stop it," right? That's impactful. When Senator Pizzo takes Allie and goes literally from Senate office to Senate office until that senator agrees to sign on as a co-sponsor, that's effective, right? So if you can make that personal touch, that personal connection, your personal story, particularly to your legislator, that's the most impactful thing, right? Phone calls, the one-click emails, that's all fine. The other thing I would say is, in terms of effective communication, is ask for a meeting, right? And maybe you don't get a meeting with me. I try to meet with everybody, so I'm happy to meet with anybody and everybody. But maybe you don't get to meet with your legislator right away. Maybe it takes some time. Maybe they're very busy, especially if it's during session. But you get 5, 10 minutes, 15 minutes with their staff member. Don't scoff at that time. Don't look down on it because, oh well, it's just the staffer, right? Or it's just the staffer and the intern. That's not really important. It is important, and I'll share, if I can, Diana, I'll share a brief story. As you heard Diana mention, I'm a previous legislative aide. And so the legislative aide, especially in Tallahassee during session, is quite literally the gatekeeper. So if you're in town and you don't have a prearranged meeting or anything like that, and you stop by the office, as this one group did, they came to the office and they said, hey, is Representative Porth around? And I said, oh, Representative Porth is in committee, but look, I'm happy to meet with you. And Vice Mayor, I won't tell you what town they were from, but it wasn't yours. But it was actually a group of local elected officials, and they weren't even from our district. But they said, "Oh, well, that's okay. We'd rather meet with him." okay, no problem. So when they came back that later that day, and they said, hey, can we get in with the representative? No, sorry, representative's busy. He wasn't, but you know, I'm the gatekeeper, right? A couple weeks later, they call back, hey, can we get on the phone with the representative? Sorry, he's busy. So don't ever, so look, that's a childish thing I did back in the day, but it gives you an example of look, be kind to everybody, treat everybody equally. And as a matter of fact, if you've got the opportunity to spend 15 minutes with staff versus the 2-minute elevator walk with the legislator, take the 15 minutes. Because that staffer, if you can win them over, right, especially on something as important as animal welfare, you can win them over, they're going to advocate for you with their boss, right? So that's the other thing I would say is never look down on any opportunity to communicate with a legislator or their staff. Now, Diana alluded to some not so effective communication methods, and one that comes to mind in particular this last session, and look, I get it. Right, folks are passionate about many issues, but particularly animal welfare issues. Right, you know, look, my mom loves her dogs, her German Shepherds, more than she loves me. Okay, and I get that, and I accept it. So people get very passionate, and they can get very emotional if folks don't necessarily agree. So I'll give you an example, and I won't name any names. One of the bills that we've talked about today, you know, there was a couple advocates who were very aggressive in getting sponsors and getting support and getting the message out and sharing the story. And that's great. You can be aggressive in that context. But when things, unfortunately, for one reason or another, may not go your way, the answer is not to try to go scorched earth, right? It's not to get rude. It's not to get mean. It's not to get nasty. It's not to hypothesize about what's driving, you know, that legislator who doesn't want to hear the bill, that committee chairman who doesn't want to hear the bill, or that they're in somebody's pocket. Anything like that, especially in an email blast to the entire legislature, is not helpful. It's not helpful to you. It's not helpful to your cause. It's not helpful to. And by the way, y'all are attorneys, so if you really want to know what I'm talking about, you're welcome to public records request it, and I'll turn over the emails. But I'm only kidding. Please don't do that. But that's not effective communication, right? And I think as most, if not all of us know as attorneys, you know, look, if you're in a hearing and the judge doesn't go your way, are you going to send an email blast, you know, scathing email about how terrible the judge is? Probably not, right? Well, don't do that here either, right? Try to be as positive as possible because there's so many moving parts. And actually, I'll address one of the questions that popped up earlier, and I'm sorry for the delay in getting to it. But one of the questions that came up was, you know, why would anybody, I think it was Kathy maybe, why would anybody, you know, be opposed to these bills? Well, guys, there are a number of reasons, and some of them to me don't make sense, right? How could you oppose Allie's Law? I don't understand it. And yet I have a committee chair this last year that when I asked him about it said, oh, well, you know, I don't like mandates. I don't like giving mandates. And I said, well, but the vets don't mind. The Florida Veterinary Association is neutral. They don't mind the mandate. Well, I like freedom and apple pie in America, and I don't like mandates, so I'm not going to hear your bill, right? It could be something as obscure and ridiculous as that. But that's sometimes the way that Tallahassee goes. That's why some of these issues take 1, 2, 3, 4 plus sessions to go through. You know, look, Allie's Law, by way of example, made it almost all the way through the Senate last time around. And this time around, for whatever reason, someone on the Senate leadership side got a bug up their butt and decided, no, I'm done with this bill. I don't want to hear about it anymore. And it's not going to move. Again, I'm not going to name names, but you could probably guess who Senate leadership is, right? And so any number of things can happen in Tallahassee. So you kind of just have to go with the flow, and you don't get emotional. You don't get, sure, you can get upset and, you know, look, we'll come on a panel discussion like this and we can air it all out, but please don't air it all out to the Florida legislature, because then it makes it hard for folks who are supporters. It makes it hard for the folks who sponsored that bill, the one that shall not be named, right? Because now you've got an advocate, and yes, they're fierce, and yes, they're passionate, and I love that passion. But when you're turning off other legislators and you're making me and my colleagues look bad by bad mouthing the rest of the legislature, not effective, and you're not going to pass that bill that way, because I can promise you that bill is going to have a number of challenges that it may not have had last year because of that aggressive tone when it didn't make it through. So what I would say is look, this legislature and the legislature in general, this was my 6th legislative session in total, and it is unusual. It's unlike anything in our court system. It is unlike anything in our. It's unique, and it requires certain levers to be pulled at certain times, right? And so you have to be patient, and you have to be willing to work and compromise. I always call it the art of the possible. So would I love Allie's Law to go through the exact way that we drafted it the first time we drafted it? Absolutely. But we had to make some concessions. We had to add in some language. We had to, the first year we narrowed it to just cats and dogs because it was a foot in the door, right? And sometimes that's what you have to focus on in Tallahassee if you want to get anything. Otherwise, you get nothing. So that's what I would say. I'm sorry, I've been all over the map. I don't have a slideshow, but I just wanted to share with you kind of some tips, and I appreciate all of your interest and your advocacy. And if you haven't been to Tallahassee in person, my hope is that the Capitol is reopened now and will remain that way. But if you haven't been to Tallahassee, come to Tallahassee, spend time, even if it's just a couple days during legislative session, to work on animal welfare issues or other bar related issues or other groups that you may be a member of. There are chambers, there are all sorts of groups that come to Tallahassee for advocacy days. Take advantage of that and learn this system, because as I mentioned before, it's unique. And once you do that, you'll have a better understanding of how to push and how to be successful in getting good policy across the finish line. So with that, I'll wrap it up. Thank you very much, Diana. Oh, you're muted.
Diana, you're still muted.
Okay.
Rep Daly, that
I'm gonna tell you what, y'all, this day.
okay.
Okay, I'm off mute. Thank you, Rep Daly. That was perfect. That was very helpful and insightful. And I want to actually go back and reiterate a couple of the things that you said that I think are really worth pointing out. One, and I know you kind of admitted maybe that wasn't the most mature thing you ever did, but I see that play out with staff 100 times every session. And it isn't necessarily just, oh, the staff shouldn't do that. I see so many lobbyists and folks who are visitors make the mistake of discounting the role of staff in the legislative process, and the staff make you or break you, right? I mean, if you go out of your way to develop a friendship with the staff, first of all, I think you'll find they know as much or more about the process than the legislators themselves. And if they like you, and if they are animal people, and a lot of the aides are, they will actively help you navigate the process, right? They will actively make sure, like, oh, well, you know, my member is on the floor in committee, but I'll make sure that you get hooked up in the hallway, or, you know, there's all of these little things that staffers can do to make things better. And they want to help most people. But time and time again, I see all kinds of people be rude and dismissive towards the staff, and they have a heck of a job, right? Like, they're there 12, 14 hours a day, sitting at a desk, answering the phone, dealing with hundreds and thousands of emails, and dealing with these people who are just constantly in front of them wanting something. And it's really grueling. It's really tiring. They don't get paid much. Like, they're doing it because they're there for the right reasons, right? Like, they're public servants. And if you recognize them as a tool and a resource, they will be one, and they will make your job 100 times easier. But if you are ugly to them, you're probably going to get ugly back. And so, like, if there's one thing I would tell people who want to come up and do the advocacy days and do the things, I would say treat the staff with respect and recognize that they are an important part of the process. That, to me, is one of the top 2 or 3 things that you can do. And it is important to meet the legislators, but I want to ask you this, Rep. Like, in my practice and in working with Kate and Jen at ASPCA and others, we always tell folks, if you want to engage in the process, the best thing to do is to try to, maybe you have a big delegation and maybe you're overwhelmed by that, but maybe pick one person that you're going to go meet in the district, right? Like, go to the district office or go to a town hall or a function and seek that legislator out and tell them you want to talk to them about whatever it is that's important to you. So that if they do come to an advocacy day in Tallahassee, you already know who that person is. Would you agree? I mean, is that something that you find helpful when folks have tried to talk to you in the district when it's not busy in Tallahassee?
Yeah, I think that's the other thing too that I'll say is, we always talk about session being those 60 days, right? If you are advocating or meeting your legislator for the first time in those 60 days, guys, good luck. God bless you.
Right.
Because session we're moving 5,000 miles an hour. I'm trying to fight the legislature from messing with the vice mayor's city and other cities across the state, right? I mean, there's so many things going on that it's not the ideal time to come with a new issue or a new face or something like that. So yes, absolutely. If you've got the opportunity to meet your member or even just members of your delegation back at home, take that time, build that relationship, right? One of the examples that I always give to when I speak to groups like the Florida League of Cities is, do you have your legislator's cell phone number? Have you developed that, that relationship enough to do that? It may be a little bit different for this group just because you're not local elected officials, right? That state rep or state senator is going to call and ask for their endorsement. I always use that as the workaround. They call and ask you for their endorsement, but do they call and ask you when they vote on a bad piece of legislation? No, right? So here it's a little bit of the same, right? If you have enough of a relationship where you can reach out, and we're pretty personable, right? There's not many of us that think we're in Congress and have these big heads that, we can't make 10 minutes or 15 minutes, for especially for a constituent, right? Everybody usually is pretty good about that. So take that time and build that relationship prior to coming to Tallahassee, prior to committee weeks even, and then come up on these advocacy trips. And it helps drive it home, right? That you're going to see that legislator is going to welcome you into the office and, hey, how's that issue that you came to me on doing? Or what can I do to help? It's not just the, straight out of the blue. So yeah, I think that's a great point, Diana.
Yeah, and you said something else that I think is worth honing in on. You said, especially if you're a constituent. I think that folks who are advocates who like to work on these issues and be in the Capitol, I think sometimes what they miss is the power that they have of being a constituent. The person who is your rep and your senator, they're actually going to care what you think about stuff, especially if there's a lot of you. If there's a group of you locally who are working on an issue, you are going to get a meeting with your rep or your senator. Kate and I, we know everyone. We do have a lot of people's cell phones. We lobby, we do whatever. We do not have that constituent relationship except with our own legislators, and it's different for us even when it's like, Loran Osley is my senator and I have a constituent relationship with her that I don't have with any other senator. It's just different, and I think a lot of people find it maybe intimidating or sort of don't know where to start. And I think what they'll find is that if they reach out, it'll actually be appreciated by most folks.
Yeah.
And so it's something that we're constantly preaching, Matt, and we just really try to get that message out. Have we missed anything, Kate? What would you add?
I would add, I love everything that the rep said, and that, we do work on grassroots, ahead of time. So you can't establish the relationship. Like the rep said, they're going literally 100 miles an hour. Sometimes you for 30 seconds to the elevator and you're praying the elevator doesn't come because you need to talk to this lawmaker. And then, now the elevators are new and different, but you get the point. And start that relationship outside of session now and ask for a meeting, even if you have a specific issue. Get to know them and just say, well, I'm an animal advocate, I'm a lawyer, I'm not a lawyer, whatever, and see if they have pets. And then when you come, which is always and if they don't, that's okay as well. But then when you come to Tallahassee, which we highly recommend, whether it's Humane Lobby Day or just on your own or however, or, the Florida Bar Day, whatever issue you're into, you already know them and you have that relationship, or with the staff. I can't say about the staff, you guys already did, but the staff are so they move around. So you think, okay, well, this person might be termed out or they're moving on. Well, you'll see that staff member again, maybe in leadership office, maybe not, but they move around. And so those relationships are super important. But the grassroots work now is very, very important, very important.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I know, Rep. Daly, I know that you have another thing that you have to jump off for, but I just want to thank you for joining us, and we really appreciate your time, and we'll look forward to seeing you soon.
Thanks everybody. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Of course. So Vice Mayor, would you add anything to that advocacy discussion? What do you think?
Yes. In fact, I had the opportunity. There was a sponsored event by the Volusia League of Cities in my town where I was the presenter on Civics 101 for my residents. And it was an unexpected success. we had over 100 residents who wanted to come. It was called Coffee, Cake, and Civics. It was so successful with the number of attendees that the president of the Florida League of Cities came to present as well. And the point was grassroots advocacy, because what we came to realize was that people have their concerns and opinions. They just don't know what to do with them. They do not understand how to navigate the process of advocacy where their voice will be heard in Tallahassee. How do you do it? What are the resources that are necessary? And we've been doing a lot of follow-up to the attendees because it was right before session ended. It was April 17th, so I had the opportunity to put on the screen on a PowerPoint all of the current bills that would impact them, such as there was a lot of preemptions for regulating home businesses or short-term rentals, you know, all those hot button issues, along with some good ones too, with funding different resiliency projects. Well, anyway, they learned about how their concerns would be heard by the representative, but the only way would be if they articulated it and called their representative or emailed their representative. Well, apparently a large group of them went back right after the session, once they had the email addresses of their representatives, and sent out little emails on short-term rentals, their opposition, for example. But the point was the education, and that's how I see utilizing it for in the animal welfare as well, is because whatever issue interests them, they're passionate and they're going to sit down and do it. So it's education with civics, teaching them. Look, we also went through how does a bill become law? We think we know, but you know what? We don't really know. So that's what I would add to this. Oh, and then they also expressed a wish to have roundtables at the end of summer before legislative session and the committees start, and have our local representatives come and speak with them. And I know our representatives and legislators and senators would like that. They would like the opportunity to meet. So it's going to work well, this grassroots. It really will. Yeah.
That's excellent. That's a really great update. I'm so thankful that you guys are working so hard to do that work. And it really just takes, I think, all of us, you know, Kate, wherever she is, Jen and the ASPCA folks, like we've all just got to sort of keep pushing and getting the word out. And, you know, we talked about, oh, well, this bill didn't move, this bill didn't move. Occasionally they do, right? I mean, you know, every year, like Kate, how long did you work on cross-reporting, Kate? Like 4 sessions, maybe 3 sessions?
Yes, 4.
4. And so was it frustrating? Yes. But, you know, you just dust yourself off and come back and you keep advocating until, and the other thing that happens is every couple of years, we get new leadership, right? And so we get new committee chairs and staff sort of come and go, and maybe you'll have a block somewhere, but then in a couple of years, you'll get a new committee chair, and maybe that person is an animal welfare person, or, you know, maybe that person doesn't look at mandates the same way that one committee chair did, and you'll finally find someone who will hear you. So I think the important thing is just to not give up, and also recognize, you know, one thing that I came into this legislative process right as term limits had just passed. And so in the time that I've been lobbying, I've seen what it was like for the folks who were around for a long time. There were a lot of long timers when I started, but they've all kind of cycled out. And now we have a new crop of folks every 2 years. So it's a constant education process. Your job is never done. You can't think like, oh, well, we finally got everyone in the legislature to understand animal welfare. Or any issue. That's just never going to happen now. So we're always having to look towards who are these candidates even, who are these folks now that they've just been elected, and you just hit the ground running and you just start working on education and getting them to be advocates themselves for these issues. So.
Diane, I want to mention one thing, just on the point
yes,
about that we get a new crop every so often, that the turnover is you know, more frequent. Even more of a reason to take Rep. Daly's advice about positive advocacy. I mean, what occurred this past session was alarming and concerning to both of us and others. One of our other partners is ALDF, who we work closely with. Alarming, this negative stuff that was happening. Nothing too specific, but it doesn't work. It makes, I thought his point was really, really good about those bill sponsors. It puts them in a bad position. but it paints us all with a broad brush and makes all of our,
Yes.
makes my job harder, makes your job harder, because that negative name calling type atmosphere is very hard. And so again, just the positive advocacy is so much better, especially because they may not know us yet, with the turnover being, shorter term limits with the new crop, they see that and move on. So that's just another reminder about the positive nature that active.
That point is very well taken. And the way you articulate it is really the simplest way to put it, I think, which is positive advocacy works. Negative advocacy will backfire every time. And we did see that this session, and certainly probably most of us folks on this call were not participating in that, but I guess the frustrating thing and the thing that we're trying to navigate now is how do we we can't control what others are doing, and there are lots of folks who feel very passionately. How do we keep that from, it is almost making it harder for us to do the other little pragmatic things that we're trying to do. And so we have to work really hard to make sure folks understand who these different stakeholders are, and we all have to kind of try to band together and make even more of a conscious effort to be respectful, to have a good civil discourse, to be proactive and to be positive, and to make sure that folks know. I mean, I would say for the most part, folks do know, but I can't tell you how many folks asked me about that and were alarmed by that this session. And so it's something that that I hope will change going forward. And I hope that we can all work together and try to be very careful to to show the respect where it's due. And yes, it can be very frustrating, but you just can't give up, and you just have to maintain a positive attitude. And that's what really is going to prevail in the end with this type of advocacy. So we just have to be patient, which I know can be hard, but after 4 years, you have cross reporting. So there you go.
There you go.
Works.
It does.
That is right. That is right. Well, I think that we are at the end of our PowerPoint.
Oh, yeah.
I included a slide that has all of our panel participants, their affiliation, their office number, and their email, so that if folks want to reach out to any of us and ask questions or need information about anything, if you're interested in getting involved with your legislative delegation or doing some outreach and learning more about that, I know any of us would be more than happy to help point you in the right direction. So just let one of us know. And I think we have some time for questions and answers if there are any.
Can I add two quick things before we go to questions?
Oh, yes, ma'am. You go right ahead. We have plenty of time.
Somebody may ask about the racketeering bill that did pass. So that was a good bill that was championed by the FWC, and it makes wildlife trafficking a racketeering offense, adds it to the list. So I know that was a big one, and that just falls on right after that big case in October 2020, the large wildlife trafficking case that FWC handled. And then the other is, I know I mentioned this before, but June 22nd, the ordinance in Orange County, if anybody lives in Orange County is interested in that, please reach out to me. And then we're co-hosting a webinar on July 15th with ALDF, one of your close allies on legislation past and future. So that's on the horizon as well. But thank you.
Okay, great. Kate, do you have the racketeering bill numbers off the top of your head? Do you know what bill that was?
I do. It was, hold on. I do have that. I'll get that to you.
While you're looking for that, you were talking about Orange County. Orange County is promulgating a retail sale ban currently. Yes, that's the ordinance you were referring to. Yeah.
Yes, I just was trying to be brief. I didn't want to take up all the time, but it is on the horizon. It's actually, we're told it's going to just be the one hearing. We've been working on this for a long time, and they're considering a complete phase out, a 1 year phase out, prohibiting the retail sale of dogs, cats, and rabbits.
Okay, and I believe Manatee County is looking at something similar. Is that correct?
They are. That's the next meeting is August 10th. So
I mean, I think pretty soon we're going to be well over 80 local ordinances on that issue. So that's a tremendous effort.
It is a tremendous effort. So questions? Yeah.
Yeah, Greg, did we have any questions?
Yeah, and thank you very much. This has been great. particularly for someone who is in Tallahassee and dabbles in legislative things. It's always good to hear from people who are experts and know what they're talking about for what's effective and what's not. We do have a few questions here, and I apologize if this one was asked, but I know that when we were talking about greyhound racing every year, finally the ban passed. It was actually the constitutional amendment, but every year we were trying to get decoupling passed, which we thought would help in the industry, because a lot of these places were running dog races even though they weren't profitable. I know that there was some talk of decoupling in the special session for racehorses, but I don't know if any of you had time to look at that or digest it yet, or if know what any of it means.
I'll let you handle that, Diane. I think it was just harness racing was what was being considered, not the other kind of racing, the standardbred racing. But Diana, do you have any thoughts on that? Actually, I has a lot of that's an area about, but
yeah, it's too bad Rep. Daly had to go because he was very actively involved in all of that. And he would know the answer to that question off the top of his head. I think Kate is right. I think that there was something in what finally passed, but I wasn't working on it actively. I don't know the details of it, but I'd be happy to get that.
Okay. Several other questions here in the chat. First, which are the 3 municipalities in Volusia County that have passed tethered leash regulations?
Okay, well, Ponce Inlet passed it several years ago, and our exact ordinance was passed in Port Orange, Holly Hill, and Daytona Beach. Ormond Beach has one, slightly tweaked, very slightly tweaked, and then Deltona has a very good one as well. So that's the group, but Debbie Dorino and I have reached out to the balance of the municipalities to see if we can get it adopted.
Okay. Next, and it's going to be construed different ways, but I'll let you answer it. I'm a new member of the Animal Control Board in Tallahassee. What do you think I should be asking? I'm also on the board of directors for the ACLU.
I'm not clear which board. I can't figure out how to see the chat right now either.
Okay, I just sent you the bill numbers too for racketeering, by the way.
Thank you, Kate. Perfect.
776. But can you repeat that again, Greg? Which board did it say?
The Animal Control Board in Tallahassee.
Okay, so the advisory.
Richard Jr.
Okay, so probably the Animal Services Advisory.
Correct.
Great. I mean, you're right here local. I mean, that's a luxury, right? You don't have to travel. So in terms of advocacy, I would say just get up to speed on all of these issues that are coming up, that are out there. As a spokesperson from Animal Services, well, first and foremost, get to know Animal Services. Spend some time there, get to know all the ins and outs, the boots on the ground, and then also additionally connect with everybody here on this panel for sure, and get to know the issues that are coming before the legislature, if that's what you mean in terms of advocacy, and always, meet with your legislators, city, county, commission, and also state legislators.
Absolutely.
Very good. All right. And yeah, I would, no other questions in the chat that I'm seeing. Yeah, but thank you from the question asker. But this has been a great panel, and we strategically put you last in the day on a Friday because we knew that people would be interested in hearing from you, and they'd stick around. And a testament to that is we're still have about 130 people on the seminar right now.
That's pretty impressive.
It totally is. And I always say to people, reach out to us if there was a bill that you heard about. It just probably didn't get a hearing, but it just didn't make the list because we couldn't list everything. And every year there's more and more animal bills. And, usually that's a good thing, but also you can reach out to any of us and say, well, I'm going to go meet with my lawmaker X, and how is he or she on animal issues? I'm not sure, it takes a little while to research all that, but you could just ask us and we could kind of give you the cliff notes. And then for some particular lawmakers, I might join an advocate, but in general, just reach out to us, see if we can be helpful to prep you or for a meeting.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, everyone. Going to
Thanks, Greg.
take you off sharing now. And then as you can see on the schedule, we are scheduled until 4:10. We certainly won't keep you for another half hour, but I do want to take some time to introduce a very special guest. Earlier this week, we had our executive council meeting for the section, and we elected Brent Spain, who's joining us now. He's the new chair of the section. Brent graduated from the University of California at Davis with a degree in economics and a minor in environmental policy analysis and planning, and then earned his law degree with high honors from Florida State University College of Law. Prior to entering private practice, Mr. Spain served as a judicial law clerk for Justice Harry Lee Anstead at the Florida Supreme Court. Mr. Spain practices primarily in the area of land use and zoning, local government, administrative law, with an emphasis on land use and related litigation and appellate advocacy. And he represented developers, individuals, local governments, and associations throughout Florida. Mr. Spain is rated as AV preeminent attorney and is board certified specialist by the Florida Bar in city, county, and local government law. In his free time, Mr. Spain enjoys playing drums and guitar, throwing a tennis ball repeatedly into the pool with his water-addicted black lab, Sadie, and going on adventures with his wife and 3 highly energetic boys. We're glad to have him as our incoming chair. I'll turn it over to him to say a few words, and then if there are any questions or comments about the seminar today, we'll take them and answer them, and then let you all go on with your day. But with that, turn it over to you, Brent.
Well, thank you, Greg. Hopefully you all can hear me. I actually did wear the shirt and tie in honor of Greg instead of a rock and roll t-shirt. But as the incoming chair of the animal law section, first and foremost, I want to thank all the speakers today for their participation, their engaging and informative presentations. In fact, I got involved with this section when it was committee by virtue of Gregg and Ralph in Tallahassee and having lived in Tallahassee. And it's these types of presenters and presentations which are the reason that the animal law section's seminar at the Florida Bar's annual convention is frequently a sold out event. And I have no doubt that if we were all in person this year, we would have had another sold out event on our hands. Related to that, I want to thank Greg, obviously Ralph, John, the past chair of the animal law section, Ricky at the Florida Bar, and everyone else in our section that was involved in putting together today's seminar. Again, just a great panel from start to finish, from Gregg to the veterinarian, which I thought that was extremely informative, just how they navigated COVID, through to my former law school classmate, Mara. It's great to see her virtually. The legislative thing that ties into my area of practice. So those pointers are from the representatives and the vice mayor and Diana and Kate. Those are some that I and some others probably try to convey to their very own clients. So, the recommendations about, hey, make it personal. Try to get a meeting instead of, hey, I got 500 people to send this email blast that just goes into the delete folder. And I'm very appreciative of all the speakers, so thank you for your time. I also want to thank everybody who attended today's seminar. As has been mentioned throughout the day, we had over 140 attendees, which is just absolutely amazing. It shows the growing interest in animal law issues. And on behalf of the executive committee, we truly hope that everybody enjoyed today's presentation and found the information informative. And before opening the floor to closing questions or comments, I want to be doing my job as the chair or the new chair if I didn't encourage everyone attending, if you aren't already a member, please consider becoming a member of the animal law section. I think as today's seminar has exemplified, the number of practice areas that animal law touches upon is just simply vast. I don't think it compares to any other practice area, from criminal law to estate planning, property law, local government law, zoning and environmental law. You heard the veterinarian doctor talk about the administrative law regulations. You have commercial and business law, which obviously ties into the local ordinances on pet shops. You've got sports and entertainment law, housing law, ADA issues, international law. The list just goes on and on. And our section, I believe, is truly stronger by the fact that we have the involvement of practitioners from all of these various areas of the law. I think we're extremely unique in that regard. So I would just say, hey, don't be shy. You know you want to do it. Come and join the coolest section of the Florida bar. We have the coolest swag. There's no doubt about that. We've started the trend on merch stores, and clearly the in-person seminars, hands down, with puppy pits and the like, cannot be competed with. So again, when you get your bar due in the mail or electronically, please consider joining our section. We're stronger for it, we're better for it, and the executive committee truly appreciates it. So with that said, I will open the floor. I think Gregg can control whether or not there are any additional questions or comments, or Ralph is still around. Gregg, you have anything else to say? But I look forward to an exciting year moving ahead. Hopefully we'll get together in person, unlike this past year we had to navigate with many virtual webinars.
And yeah, I think that we're I haven't seen questions yet, just comments like on how great a section we are, and I'm sold. So hopefully that will encourage some folks to join. If there are any questions, go ahead and type them in now. Otherwise, we can go ahead and close out the seminar for the day and let you all go about your Friday. But I agree with everything that Brent said. This was a great event, and thank you for attending. Yeah, we got a question. Can we get copies of the PowerPoints? We will collate everything that was done today and be sending it out after the fact. Look for that sometime in the next week and a half or so.